5-on-5, and I wouldn't say they aren't, but I think the Leafs are playing better, aren't they?
They are, and I judge that by, what was the perceived weakness of this Leafs group going into the playoffs would be the perception that the bottom six and the depth just wasn't there. But you look at it, the third line has been great. Robertson's out of the lineup now, but Pacioretty's come in with Domi and McMahon. Both have been playing great as well. You saw Steve Lorentz and his line with Scott Laughton get involved in Game 1, and Jan Krook getting involved as well, too. So, for Ottawa, they had to take advantage and exploit that, and they just have not done that. They haven't really consistently kept Toronto in their zone, that bottom six in their zone for extended period of times. They haven't dominated and forced them to take penalties at unnecessary times. So that's how I judge the strength of Toronto and how they've been playing. And through the first 3 games, all 4 lines have been involved, mostly positive, and that's why one of the main reasons why they're on top besides the power play.
Okay, so I'm going to throw this at you. When Ottawa has the puck in the Leafs zone compared to when the Leafs have the puck in the Ottawa zone, what is the difference?
Well, I used to coin the term the puck possession procession, where, Toronto used to have the puck and they would just go around and around and around, and it looked very, very good. And then you look at the possession time and the shots on net, and it's like, well, they haven't even gotten a shot on net. So I think for Ottawa, they're doing a good job of getting the puck in deep, and they are cycling, but they're not penetrating and getting to the net and making the Toronto Maple Leafs defense tough for them to defend. They've been exiting fairly quickly. They haven't been caught on too many 2-on-1s or 3-on-2s, so they're not forcing Toronto to really turn, and they're not being exploited. And I think that was probably one of the keys to success. But it starts with Toronto. They're skating really well through the neutral zone. Their forwards are back checking. They have a good F3. They did get caught on a goal last game off for rush, but that's when's the last time has that gone in? I don't know. I think it's game 74 or something like that. So Toronto's just done a great job of locking down this Ottawa Senators, especially off the rush. And you look at a player like Stützle, and you look at the goals that he's scored over the last few years. Like, this guy is a demon off the rush, and he's exploits D, and he's a speed demon, and he just creates. And he's been fairly quiet. So as I say that, I think a puck just went in the net on behalf of Ottawa, but the system just hasn't been there for the Senators, and they have to find a way to crack that code, or they can be going home a lot sooner than later.
Well, I think if we had to do a proper description of how the Leafs defense is playing, it would be along the lines of what that Vegas blue line has done in the past. They've got these big bodies. Ottawa can't get inside, and they can't screen Stolars. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is very accurate, right? And, Ottawa tried to crack that code by, literally running into him first game to try to get him off his game. They're crashing his crease, but Stolars is answering the bell, and, he's not afraid to defend himself, as you can tell by him throwing the shoulder check to Greg in game 2. So, but I'll tell you, it's very, very tough, especially playoff time, getting to that net, because you're getting the slashes, you're getting the cross checks, and ultimately you're not getting those calls that you would. So, sometimes as opposed to absorbing that, it's a lot easier to take the scenic route. And I'm not accusing Ottawa of doing that consistently, but it's tough. I've done it where I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to go around here because I do not want to eat this cross check or eat this to the back of the pads here. So Toronto's done a great job because they're big, they're strong, they're long, and they just wear down that opposition, and they exit the zone very, very quickly. So Ottawa, they have to find a way. But I can tell you, I've been in that situation where it's, you look to someone else to do it, and ultimately, when you look around the room for someone else to do it, by the end of it, it's someone looking at you, and that lies in the problem with Ottawa right now. They're waiting for someone to step up, and they're running out of time quickly.
Going to dip into some pregame sounder. This will be Scott Laughton. So things happen fast in the playoffs. A week ago, we didn't know the DNA, how to describe the fourth line. But if I say Laughton, Lorentz, and Järnkrok, you can have a picture of how they play. They play tough hockey. They play hard hockey, and Laughton has found a role. So here's Scott Laughton talking about his line.
We've been straightforward. I think been out there for a couple D-zone draws and been straightforward and been good on the forecheck. So those two guys can skate, can get up and down the ice straight lines, and we'll need to continue to do that to be successful as a line. I think it's pretty simple, and we'll continue to do that.
What kind of an impact do you think Claude Giroux's had on this series so far?
Yeah, he's. I played with him for 8 years. years, right? So I know exactly what type of player and competitor he is, and we've had a couple skirmishes ourselves, and that's what it is. I mean, playoffs brings that out in you. But yeah, I think he's a Hall of Famer, and he's a special player. So you need to limit his time and space. He sees the ice so well. He makes plays. He can shoot the puck. He does everything. So he brings that veteran presence for them, playing in a lot of playoff series, especially when he was younger in Philly. So yeah, I don't expect anything less from him tonight. He's a great competitor, and he'll bring it.
Do you think you're getting into it with him a bit more because you were former teammates?
I don't know. He's coming after me. I got to stand my ground. But no, it's he's a great human, a guy that I learned a lot from in my time. So I got nothing but respect for him. But when we get on the ice, it's a different ball game, and you want to be at your best for your team. So yeah, I don't expect anything less tonight.
Scott, sorry if you didn't ask this, but how much confidence has Anthony given you guys so far in the series?
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. Ever since I got here, he was great for us too. So he's been great all year. Keeps it light and battles. He talks a lot. So it's the guy you want to battle for when you get out there. And big body, takes up a lot of the net, and he's seeing the puck really well right now. So just need to continue to help him out and make it a little easier on him in certain situations. But now we have full confidence in him.
So Scott Lawton and the fourth line, I think, Stu, all the pre-series concern was about the third line. The fourth line has really emerged, hasn't it?
They have, right? And there's been some questions on sort of the role where, what Scott Lawton's going to do, since coming over in the trade deadline. And for him, yes, he did score 15 goals this year, and, majority of those with the Philadelphia Flyers. But this is a guy that is built for the playoffs. And it's not necessarily about scoring goals. He is a gamer, and he's another guy that adds that element of truculence and heaviness and tough to play against and that snarl, right? And you need guys like that up and down your lineup. And, you can criticize his game, but you look at his cap hit and the fact that he has one more year. I think it was a great deal by the Toronto Maple Leafs in acquiring his services from the Philadelphia Flyers. So ultimately, I could see him being, scoring a big goal come playoff time. You saw what he did at the last game of the season, scoring the overtime winner. But I think for him, winning his face-offs, but just sort of being the leader of that fourth line can rub off on some of his line mates too. And, Lorentz, you see that puck go off his stick sometime. You're wondering, well, why isn't he flirting with, 19 or 20 goals? And I like Gancroke. Gancroke, he's added a little bit of, chippiness to his game too, but he's a guy that can, push the pace. He can skate. He gets on the forecheck. He's a guy that is just, in and around the puck, making some stuff happen. So, is it a full identity line? I don't think it's there, but through 3 games, it's been mostly positive. So if I'm Craig Berube, I'm going to keep riding them, keep that together as they're starting to build some chemistry. And again, if they do go on to the next round, I can see it being a tougher matchup against whichever team they play, whether it's Tampa Bay or the Florida Panthers. But, from where they were and being evaluated 2-3 weeks ago to now, it's gone in the right direction as they continue to improve every single shift and every single game.
So let's talk about the boat the Senators are in. Down 3-0, 0-3 comebacks. The last one was 2014. Los Angeles did that in the first round against San Jose. Claude Giroux and the Flyers did that in 2010. Eastern Conference final, I believe that was against Boston. So Giroux has done it before. This would have to be the ultimate sort of containment game of going shift by shift, period by period, game by game. This is like a real slow motion climb, isn't it?
Yes, it's tough, and I've been in this situation where not down in a series, but you got to win 5 of the last 6 games to have a chance to even stiffing the playoffs. And you look to your left, and there's got some guys working on their golf swings in their stall, and you got guys looking at Expedia for their vacation. So that is a thing, and people don't want to admit it, and it's tough. And but again, it is the National Hockey League, it is the greatest game in the world, but people are human as well. But it's Toronto's, you look at, well, what do you need to do? And you got to do a lot of things. You got to score the first goal. You got to stay out of the penalty box because Toronto's clicking at, 40-50%. You got to go 40-50% on the power play. You got to find a way to get more than 2 goals past Stolarz. You have to find a way to crack the code of the Toronto Maple Leafs defense and, get by, Tanev and Carlo, who are just big, long, McCabe. And then you have to find a way to win your face-offs. And then now you got to deal with defending, 4 of the top 25 forwards in the National Hockey League. So when you put that all into one big stew, you're like, it's a lot easier to start booking flights right now. But we'll see how they respond. They have a tough hill to climb, and you've mentioned it's been done before, but I just don't see how it can happen because Toronto not saying they've been playing bulletproof, but they've been playing very, very solid. And that structure and that system is very, very tough to play against. But I think for Ottawa, as you said, you got to break it down shift by shift, period by period, game by game. And it starts with Ullmark. I think Ullmark has to be better, and he's not the reason why they're in this position. But 8-15, they were bringing him in to be the go-to guy. He was supposed to be the Carey Price. He was supposed to be the Ilya Sorokin come playoffs or the Pekka Rinne. They need him to be a lot better in sort of stopping that puck at the key moments as well.
Well, and that's another change in the Leafs direction, too. We'll explore that when we come back. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and
Shelley Roll,
Dylan Scott,
Dasha,
Luke Combs,
and more
will light up the desert at Stagecoach 2025 all weekend.
SiriusXM takes you there with live performances and all the action backstage.
Stagecoach is phenomenal.
Music's fantastic. People are fantastic. This is America, baby.
Stagecoach 2025, now throughout the weekend.
Exclusively on the highway.
Channel 56.
And at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Butch Navitz for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud. His first is a blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Leafs Game Night. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Time now for Keys to the Game. Keys to the Game is brought to you by Medicure and Medicure Plus. Come in for a free men's express pedicure. 4 locations in Toronto. Online at medicure.ca. And because the last 2 games have been nail-biters, you should check that out. Stu, what are the keys to the game?
I'll start off with the Ottawa Senators, as it's a group that is very desperate with their playoff season lives on the line. I think for them, the start is very, very key. So they have to come out of the gates gangbusters. I think they got to be hitting everything that moves. And I think it's very, very paramount and crucial and optimal that they score the game's first goal. And you can't do that in the second period or halfway through. I think that first 5-10 minutes to really get the Ottawa crowd into it. Also, they have to play with discipline. We've seen the Toronto Maple Leafs have goals in all 3 games within the first 10-15 seconds of that power play. But I think ultimately this Tkachuk has to be the Tkachuk of old. We saw what he's done at the Four Nations Cup. He can be a guy that scores the big goal at the big moment, and he can put the team on his back. And yes, he does have 2 goals, but I think he's been relatively quiet this series for the Ottawa Senators. So a good start, discipline, and Tkachuk putting the team on his back is the key for the Ottawa Senators. For Toronto, it's just you got the big cruise ship is cruising. It's cruising through smooth waters. Now you have the landing, and you're coming into dock, the big boat. Do not do any sudden turns. Just let it cruise and go into victory right now. So for them, don't turn it into a track meet. Just continue to play your system, play your structure, pounce at any mistakes that the Ottawa Senators make, and just continue to capitalize off the mistakes, especially in the discipline department for the Ottawa Senators. So nothing too crazy for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Just get that boat and bring it into harbor safe and sound.
And, in the past, that would have been a concern, but the way the Leafs have played this year, there's so many sample sizes or examples of them doing just that. So not a real concern here, is there?
Right, and I go back to Boston, right, and I was actually with the LA Kings. I think I was there as a black ace, and I was at dinner when it was like 4-1, and I left dinner saying, okay, this game is over. And by the time I got back to my hotel, I'm like, what the hell has happened? And I've been nervous with this group ever since. And I was in the league, still nervous about the Toronto Maple Leafs. But again, you don't have that sense, right? You know the stats and the record that the Leafs have carrying a lead into the third period. They do not blow very many leagues at all. They're amongst the league leaders in that department. But when you talk about the structure and the system and the discipline towards that, they've been one of the most consistent teams in doing that. And it's really tough to do that when you have so many talented players, world-class players. But when they buy in, it forces the whole group to do that. So that's why I'm not too worried about it. Yes, it is the National Hockey League. Anything can happen. But in 2 years ago, yes, I'd be like, this series is not over in any sense of the word. But Toronto now, they have to win 1 out of the next 4 games. Just the way that they're playing, I think the numbers suggest that most likely than not, they will get it done.
Leafs lead the league in playoff percentage at the face-off dot, 57.2. So there's another difference. In the past, when the Leafs were playing, you'd look to the core 4 forwards, somebody else, maybe Morgan Riley, maybe the goaltender to sort of lead the way. But now when you're analyzing a Maple Leaf win, it's because of all those little things that they're doing, as opposed to somebody doing it himself. It's the group, it's the collective, isn't it?
It is. And the unsung heroes, right? Simone Benoit's arriving on the scene. Domi's having a great playoffs for the most part as well too. And you look at Domi, 71% last game in the faceoff dot. Same thing with Matthew, 71.4. As well. So they've been winning their faceoffs at the key moments, and that's a small detail to start with puck possession and winning those faceoffs. So we'll see if they continue to do that. But it's a group that does not get rattled, right? They could be up, they could be down. They could be not entering properly on the power play, but they just find ways just to I call it the Larry Holmes. They just continue to charge forward, and they go with whatever they're getting hit with. They just lean in with their head, and they continue to get it done. And they have the talent to have that knockout punch. I know I'm a little bit dated with that reference. I'm a bit of a boxing
I know
fan,
it. I know it
just
well.
Please don't get punched in the head by like Tom Wilson. Don't do that, please. No.
Well, he'd be too busy mimicking you cry. So there you go.
I had the popcorn out last night. It wasn't hilarious.
that was wild. So just to show you how the sort of the collective gets together. Today, Lawton spent some of the morning skate with Domi on face-off, so they're working on that together and trying to help each other. I think that's great.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And, there's been many videos of the last week or so showing Domi just out there working with Patrick O'Sullivan, who was a very, very extreme talented player, too, that worked on the details on the offensive end. And he's just out there working on that exact shot that he scored the overtime winner with. And that's sort of what it's about, just sort of fine-tuning those little details. And face-offs is a big, big thing. And, I have Mike Zigomanis come out and work with my 12-year-olds because we know that's how big of a factor it's going to be come, your junior career or your pro career. It's a big thing, and winning faceoffs is a thing. So for them to be putting that emphasis and that being a strength, it just shows where are they weak? Where are they weak? Where you can sit there and say there's a definite weakness. And when you line this team up against, I would say 90% of the National Hockey League, they have the edge in most departments. Yes, Vegas and the Colorados and maybe the Winnipeg Jets. Yes, you can say maybe you can look at top to bottom and say they're a better team. But when you have this group playing to the best of their capabilities, it's a very difficult group to beat, and that's why I have them, essentially winning, more than 2 rounds, because again, top to bottom, I think they're complete, and now you have guys elevating when it matters most. That's why I feel great about this group this year.
I think anytime we're talking about positives with the Leafs, we're probably going to start with the defense, just because of the nice job that the general manager has done. Benoit last year, this year, Tanev, OEL, and then Carlo. I mean, that's a significant group that he's added all. The 3 guys this year, all on the right side. That's a total redo on that blue line.
Yes, and I'm just going through my mental Rolodex of the guys that have come and gone within a year or 2 years, that have not clicked. Think about it. There's probably 20 guys in the last 7 years, 5 years.
Oh, easily. A lot of them draft picks.
Right. Dennis Malgin, where's he? Right. And they'll probably say the same thing in Europe about Anthony Stewart. Where's he? But, they
I
hit
just got a call from Europe today.
Oh, man, don't answer. They're going to WhatsApp you now. Just think of all the guys that he's hit on, right? And Steve Lorentz. Steve Lorentz won a Stanley Cup, but he didn't really have a contract offer. He came in and earned a contract offer, and he came in and gave you, 18, 19 points, right? They got Lawton at the deadline. Pacioretty was a PTO guy as well, too. And to bring in now Tanev free agency, they extended McCabe. They got Carlo, OEL coming in as well, and they got Benoit last year. That's great pieces of business. So, I know he's perceived Tree Living as sort of like a meat and potatoes guy, but there's got to be some analytics behind, hitting on that many guys that you bring in. And it's refreshing because a lot of guys, they have their sort of style of players that they brought in. But I'm an old school hockey player, and a lot of the guys that they brought in are the old school, up and down, play the game the right way type. And that shows that, any way that the game evolves, that is still an asset. Playing the game the right way in heavy hockey wins ultimately the playoffs. So yes, we're ahead of ourselves. We're 3 games into potentially 4 rounds, but I think not enough success or accolades has been given to Tree Living on the business that he's done and bringing in these guys that have helped, change the whole entire culture of this group. 100%.
Stu, just to clarify, that European call was some sort of a Bitcoin offer, and the Yes Guy chopper had to be thrown in, so I hung up. I said, I never met the man. I don't know who he is.
Oh, I thought he was trying to sell some tracks for the Yes Guy bullet train, too. They heard their last show when they had an offer.
That's right, yeah. But what you're describing about the ads, the player ads, I think if you go to a team that goes deep in the playoffs, you're going to find that that's true, that a lot of the guys they add work out as opposed to, shuffling the deck every 2 months trying to figure out who fits in.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And, you look at a team in the opposite direction, the Nashville Predators, and they brought in some big money, big names, and they were out of the playoffs, before I put, my U.S. turkey dinner into my mouth, right? And to do this and to get guys almost on a bargain, that's what's most important, right? And, you look at those guys that they brought in. I looked at some of the numbers, $16 million, the Tanevs, McCabe's, all these guys for $16 million of your cap hit is just amazing. It's amazing because, I've played on teams where, they've identified certain areas as a problem. They bring in 2-3 guys, and none of them fit, and they're gone. They're literally gone sometimes within 2-3 months. So to hit on this many guys, I think it just shows maybe the cohesion. It's one thing to acquire these players. It's one thing for the coach now to agree and now sort of implement them into the system and have them be a part of this group and find success, right? Scott Lawton, right? Another couple of weeks, there's going to be some questions. Should he even be in the lineup? I was starting to hear whispers of that. Yeah. That's gone away, right? Yep. Yankroak, well, what's his role? Like, he's playing some good hockey as well, too. People were calling for Domi. And so, again, I think it's, ultimately they're building towards success in the playoffs, and there wasn't a lot of trust there from people on the outside, but I'm sure they're now starting to turn into believers because based on the results speak for themselves.
They do. And Pacioretty in his debut the other night, 7 hits, so he got his money's worth, didn't he?
I think he has a playoff hit bonus, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's another Yes Guy charter thing. That we'll just leave that one alone. Going to step out. We'll set up the opening face-off for you next. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Touchdown.
Great catch.
Give me a high five.
5 minutes later.
Interception.
Awesome play.
Give me a high five.
2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2-for-1 Pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant, never mind. I'm hungry.
High five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium 1-topping pizzas for just $5 each.
I've got all the streams roaring, ready to go. We're having fun here in the chat. Thank you for being part of this amazing community. And just by being here, every single view, every single
the porch hangs, the pride celebrations, from your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot, from noodle bars to sports bars.
Hey sports fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider during the playoff pulse. Our mission is simple, bringing sports fans together to hang out, cheer, and change the world one insider at a time, while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto every single game.
Cheers, insiders and sports fans from around the world. The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
Defensive structure looks good, so does the goaltending. Overtime goes the Leafs' way twice, and that's why it's a 3-0 series lead. But the other side is saying, hey, wait a minute, oh so close. What does that mean? And will the Leafs complete the sweep tonight? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do. Welcome to Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you shortly after Bonesy and Ralphie for their accounts and descriptions of Game 4 tonight from Ottawa. And here is the Leafs starting lineup. Matthews between Marner and Nyes, Tavares centering Nylander and Holmberg, Domi centering Pacioretty, McMahon, Lawton centering Yarncroke and Lorentz, Riley, Carlo, the defense pairing. The second one is McCabe, Tanev. The other one is Benoit, Oliver, Ekman, Larson. Stolar starts in goal. The change for the Ottawa Senators, Stu, is Dylan Cousins between Giroux and Tkachuk, and Stützle between Batherson and Zetterlund, who actually Zetterlund started way down the lineup in Game 1. He's moved up. So what do you make of all that?
Yeah, well, I think Zetterlund's a guy that's earned an opportunity. I think he's sort of been playing down the lineup since coming over from the San Jose Sharks. And, maybe they're moving Cousins up now to maybe get some shots where they actually count during the 60 minutes of the game and not during warm-up. But I think ultimately it's for the Toronto Maple Leafs now just to sort of steer this ship home. And the one thing that was the greatest stat that I found the most interesting last game was there were 0 forwards from the Toronto Maple Leafs that played 20 minutes. It was a team effort. You had everybody, majority of the forwards, everybody over 10 minutes. I believe the least amount was Kellyanne Croak at 10:56. So this is a full team effort. All 4 lines are playing. They're contributing in their own way. They're playing Craig Berube's system to a T. But now's not a time to really get excited and play without them, play beyond themselves. So they just have to find a way to simplify the game, continue to play with structure, and just sort of weather that storm that I'm sure the Ottawa Senators are going to come out with. They're going to come out desperate, I believe. I believe they're going to be trying to get 10, 12 12, 14 shots in that first period and try to get up early. Just continue doing what they've been doing best, and that's having a great counter punch and capitalizing on the mistakes and opportunities that Ottawa gives them.
Well, I think you nailed it. And finally, after all these years, we're here where you could say that the Leafs team, all the units contribute, and it's just a matter of who scores the goal. You're not really concerned about that because everybody's doing their job here, right?
And that's what playoff hockey is all about. It's every man elevating, every player coming in and contributing. And there's, like you said, you're looking at, some other series, right? Patrick Laine getting benched for the third period. It could have been injury related. But there's been no major storylines in the negative side for Toronto Maple Leafs where, the pen is more than willing to write those articles. But, again, it's been a great team effort. Guys coming in out of the lineup, right? Pacioretty came in, as you mentioned, 7 hits in his 12.5 minutes. You're seeing McMahon get involved. You're seeing other guys elevate. The fourth line has been phenomenal through the first 3 games as well. And ultimately, the stars have been stepping up. And I don't think it's, we definitely have to mention the series that Marner's having. 6 points in the 3 games. Matthews has got 1 goal and 4 assists as well. Nyes has 2 goals. Riley has 2 goals. So guys are stepping up, doing their jobs, and that's why they have success.
Tonight's Coach's Comments is powered by your Ontario Honda dealers. Need power and performance in your lineup? Meet the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Visit your local Honda dealer today. Here's Coach Berube how he's approaching Game 4.
I don't think there's, a different approach. Like I talked yesterday about, each individual in the team needs to focus on their shift, what they need to do, the process of it all. They're going to push hard like they have every game. It's no different today. For me, tonight, we just got to focus on what we need to do. Like each individual, your battles, your compete, puck management, just keep playing how we've been playing.
How would you describe the mood of the guys? Has it changed at all from before Game 1 to now?
I don't believe it has. I think the mood's been fine. It's been good. Normal for me, business-like. Maybe a little more eager today, but for the most part, business-like.
Lessons in Simon Benoit's path to this point for maybe a young player or someone who's sort of trying to find their way in the game?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that mature at a later age in their game development. There's players that play in the NHL 5 years and they grow as players and get better and improve. There's been a number of those guys over the years that have gotten better and better throughout their career, as they go along. And it's all about confidence and it's about understanding, I think guys work on their game so much nowadays that there is improvement all the time. It's in the summertime too. They got skills coaches and they work on all kinds of things and they improve. And I think Benny's one of those guys. He's always been a hard defender, a big guy, plays a hard game, heavy game, but he's more. It seems like he's grown this year with his puck plays, more confident.
When you look at the minutes your D are playing, there's not a big gap there. Is that something you like? How is that sort of materialized?
Well, I think playoff hockey. Like I've said, we need everybody, right? You need everybody to, if you could keep the minutes good, like it keeps guys fresh, more energy. We use all our players, we use all our D. They've been good for us. I think we got a good combination with the pairs and how they work. So yeah, that's why you see a lot of minutes are pretty equal out there.
It's a real challenge, too, for Ottawa. They've got to flip this script around. They've got to get the lead and stick with it for a while here and see what happens, right?
Yeah, but you can't just see what happens, right? You have to sort of elevate, right? And someone's got to be an unsung hero, and someone's got to step up and take over the game, right? And that's for me. We've already noticed, we've mentioned the unsung heroes for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but I'm looking for Perron and Zetterlund or Stützle. Giroux's been doing his best, but he's 35 years old too. I haven't heard much from Jake Sanderson or Shabbat, right? So I think guys, that's what the playoffs is about. But this is an inexperienced team with regards to playoffs. Some of these guys, it's their first time even playing in a Stanley Cup playoff series. So I think they need to elevate. But this is going to be experience that's going to help them going forward. But I think it might be a little bit too late for them to perform. But someone's got to step up and do it quickly, because this series can be over a lot sooner than later.
Here is John Tavares, and if there's any extra incentive to close this series early.
You play every game to win, so whatever meat comes after that, you deal with it then. I think the challenge today is obviously trying to go out there and get a win, and we know the circumstances around the game. So first and foremost, just have a good morning this morning, prepare for tonight, and do what we need to do to be ready to play, and obviously go out there and execute, and obviously want to get the result, and be able to finish the series off today would be great. So that's where the focus is.
John, what's your evaluation been of Chief coming in, putting the system in, and how you guys have adapted to that and brought it into the playoffs?
Yeah, I think Chiefs tried to just build our team identity in our game to be consistent and very similar all year long. Building that throughout training camp and the regular season, and then that obviously wanting to translate to this time of year. So there's obviously a real strong familiarity, comfort level, and I think belief in what you're doing and how you're doing it, and the things he's been preaching all year, I think, has obviously been really good. It's translated so far really well, and we have to keep that up.
The league has fined Cousins and the Senators for him shooting the puck's head Solars in warm-up the other day. What's your perspective on how Anthony's handled everything? They're clearly trying to unsettle him.
Obviously, he's been great. I think he, just a real competitive guy. Talked a lot about that, obviously, throughout his season here and the start of playoffs, and just loves to compete, loves the battle. There's no problem people trying to get under his skin or going after him or trying to get into those types of those games and whatever. He's just focused on what he has to do and standing his ground and competing hard and stopping the puck.
John Tavares getting set for Game 4 tonight, as are we. Stu, when you compare the roster side by side, I mean, there's a lot of differences that favor the Leafs. The core four, the scar tissue, the people that have been added year after year. But the biggest difference for me is the blue line. I mean, this Maple Leaf blue line is probably, I'm not going to say as good as you can get. I think you could get slightly better, but for what they've done there, it's a major upgrade to what they've had. And when I look at the Sens blue line, it's got a lot of promise. There's no question about that. It's got offense. I don't know that it has the size or the grit.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that assessment, right? And I can tell you this: if Treliving could have a Thomas Chabot or a Jake Sanderson, I think he would take that tenfold. But he's done an amazing job building. I would say, he built a four-man lineup or a five-man lineup with number 3 and 4 defensemen. Like, he does not have a bona fide number 1, and that's no slight on Morgan Rielly, but he doesn't, right? And you look at, Jake Sanderson at 57 points this year. No Leafs touched anything close to that. But the system and the structure, they built this blue line to complement what the system is, and they're thriving. And, it's no slight on this Ottawa Senators team. They do have some promising players. Jake Sanderson is going to be an all-star a lot sooner than later. You saw Clevin sort of have a pretty decent series as well. Montempolo as well, saw him at the Four Nations, so it's done pretty well, but I think they're just the experience or lack thereof has sort of been the reason why they're struggling. But they haven't been outclassed. I can tell you this, the Ottawa Senators have not been outclassed. They've been outworked in certain places. The specialty teams battle they've lost, but this is the team building towards the future, and it's just not their year this year through 3 games, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, the opening faceoff is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is Financial Literacy Month, and Planned to AT is here to help. We're a nonprofit helping young people improve their futures through financial wellness education. Our fun, simple workshops help students build healthy money habits and get them ready for the workforce. Text PTAT to 26989 to learn how you and your company can get involved. That's PTAT to 26989.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Buchnevich for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud, his first as a Blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game, and when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find it.
What's up, insiders? Oh yeah, it's Game 4. Our buds are going for the sweep. Let's go. Who's excited? Who's ready to go? The chat's fired up. Brandon, you're scaring everybody with this delaying the game and whatnot. They haven't been delaying any of these games for overtime. If they did that, they'd run out of they'd have huge issues if they delayed all the other games. That's why they're on different networks, right? So, all right, let's go, buds. Here we go. Stefan in the house. Lisa in the house. Oh, there's Tom trying to peek over the 100K counter. All right, we're underway. I'm going to adjust the stats up over here and put together tomorrow's schedule. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to make things easier for YouTube because they're struggling right now. It's a little bit of the analytics and everything and the notifications and whatnot. It's just not personalized the way that I want this channel to be personalized doing every single game. So here we are. We switched it up today. We're going to do a little bit less as far as the games go tomorrow. And let's go, buds. Let's get that victory and let's take a break before the second round. Go, Leafs, go!
That is finishing off an opponent. They have a 3-0 lead in this series, and a win tonight would probably give them more than a week's rest before the next series against either Florida or Tampa. Anthony Stolarz gets the start in goal, a 1.96 goals against average, a 9.26 save percentage in this series. Ironically, it mirrors what he did in the regular season, a 9.26 save percentage. Linus Ullmark was much better in Game 3 than he was in Games 1 or 2. A lot more Leaf fans in attendance at Canadian Tire Centre in Ottawa this evening as we're ready to go. The teams are at center ice, and the puck is dropped, and we're underway, and we're glad that you're along with us. Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph. Cleared to the Leaf zone, and it is Riley punching it up on the right wing side for Marner. He overskates it, but Riley gets it ahead, and it's banked in over the line by Knies. Into the corner go the Sens, and Sanderson gets it up on the wing, and now Amadio gets to center, and it'll be rolled down into the Toronto zone. Riley being pressured hard there by Ridley Gregg, who ends up with a bit of a hit. Matthews gets to center and gets it down into Ottawa territory. Knies with a hit into the corner, but the Sens are able to bank it out at center ice, and Tkachuk will backhand deep into the Toronto zone to get a change of players started. Jake McCabe slides it off on the wing, and Tanev gets it out. Shot right back in again by Ottawa on a delay. Handling it for the first time with Stolarz. Pass into the slot area is stolen by the Senators, and a shot went wide. Now a drive is blocked in front of the net. Cousins in the corner playing it around into the near boards. Trying to get it freed up there was Giroux. A shot steered wide by Stolarz. Nylander unable to track it, and now the Leafs have it back in their own zone. McCabe dishing it off for Tanev. He'll get it back, and he gets it up on the wing now for Lawton. Scotty Lawton got it into the offensive zone. Hustling in there is Lorenz to take it away there from Stützle. He got upended on a hit by Yarncrook, but the Sens get it out into the center ice area where it's stolen again. Leafs bring it right back. Here's Lorenz in over the line, playing it down into the left wing corner for Yarncrook. The Sens are able to get it along the boards, but not out. Along the wall, it is Lawton fighting for it as is pinned in along the wall, brought by Clevin, and the Senators will have it. You can hear the Go Leafs Go chant from our nation's capital as we get an icing call here against the Ottawa Senators.
Well, I think you and I, talking before we came on air, covered about just about every scenario that you could look at for this game. 4 times in NHL history has a team been able to come back from a 3-0 deficit. Although there have been a few that have been close, which included the Stanley Cup Finals last year. The Edmonton Oilers coming back, winning 3 straight on Florida before the Panthers won it.
Riley with the wrist shot. First save made by Ullmark. Puck around the boards for Domi. Back to the point, Riley. D to D it goes on the far side. Brandon Carlo's shot didn't make it through. And the Senators have punched it the length of the length. Wait a minute. The length of the rink. And there's an icing. I knew I made the mistake. Oh, sure. Laugh now. Laugh now when your tongue is working properly.
You know what I was laughing at?
No.
I knew what you were saying before you even corrected it. Like, yeah, I only meant to say.
I know. Yeah.
Mistake was saying.
And so did everyone else. And he's got marbles in his mouth. Played to the line. Leafs keep it in. Riley down into the corner. Marner sends it back to the net. Nyes tracks after it in the far corner. Kept in there by the Leafs. It comes into the slot for Matthews. On the wing for Riley. Oh, and he snapped it just wide of that far post. And it caroms all the way down into Toronto territory. First real good scoring chance for either team. Ekman Larson back in the Toronto zone. A pass up on the wing for Nylander. Nylander eludes one check, got it to the line, but didn't get it into the zone deep. Back come the Sens as they play it in for Shane Pinto. Benoit, Game 3's hero, gets it up on the wing, and now Tavares starts out with a chip pass ahead for Pontus Holmberg. It rolls past everyone down on the inboards. Tavares is able to scoop it away. Can't get it in front, however, and David Perron comes to center with Jensen. Pass intercepted by the Leafs and played back on the boards, but Tavares runs into traffic but is able to come away with it. Up ahead for Holmberg. Holmberg to center, just gingerly playing it into Ottawa territory to allow a change. No score. We played 3.5 minutes of period number 1. Glad you're along with us wherever you may be. We're here in Toronto, and the Leafs have a 3-0 lead on the Senators as it's played around the boards and out at center ice. And we get a whistle here and a high stick making contact with the puck. We'll stop play with 16:17 to go in the first.
Max Pacioretty getting into the lineup for Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 3 and back in the lineup tonight. And numbers were pretty good when you consider why he was put in. 12-24 in ice time, but led both teams in hits. He and Bobby McMahon both with 7 hits on the night. And you know, with all due respect to Nick Robertson, the offense from that line hadn't been there. So Craig Berube says, let's play a little heavier and be more physical, which Pacioretty was.
Leafs get it up on the boards. Pacioretty has it in his skates, jamming at it, still trying to protect it, doing a pretty good job, and then kicked it free for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who plays it around to the near corner, but it's cut off there by Stützle. A long pass, high off his stick, goes to the right wing side. Kept in there by Stützle, and it goes into the corner. Looking for a pass in front of the net. Batherson taken to the boards by Oliver Ekman-Larsson and knocked down. Pacioretty will get it out into the center ice area. Domi chasing after it as it's punched down into Ottawa territory. Sanderson circles the goal with Domi forcing him back behind the net. Sanderson starts out. Drops it back for Artem Zub. Sorry, I mispronounced it. Brought out at center ice and brought to the line and in by Ottawa. Shot goes off a skate of Brandon Carlo, nice, playing it ahead, and now Marner. A saucered pass for Riley on the left wing. A long, easy shot, handled easily by Ullmark. And back of the net, Nick Jensen will play it up on the right wing boards, and out at center it comes. Amadio dropping it back, and a pass into the slot, a bouncing puck knocked into the corner by the Maple Leafs. Pinto goes in there after it, back of the net, trying to free it up. Amadio looking along the boards and in front of the net for Greg, comes back to the point. D to the near side for Jensen. Jensen into the middle of the ice on his backhand. Drops the puck back. Shabbat to the far side. Another block in front of the net by the Maple Leafs. And it's probably a real good block because Stolarz looked like he was kind of flailing around in there, didn't he, Jim?
Yeah, and then the Matthews line as well was out at the end of a long shift.
Played by McCabe out at center. Brought to the line and in. A hit there, knocks down Pontus Holmberg into the corner. A Leaf hit into the corner there on the defense. And a long pass goes off his stick to center ice, and Nylander turns. Willie has it along the boards on the far wing and circles back, trying to get some skating room. Nylander coming to the red line. Shoots it in on the left wing for Tavares. A long shoot into the right wing corner. Nylander there to play it along, but it doesn't reach Pontus Holmberg, and now the Sens will get it out at center ice, and Giroux launches it high into the left wing corner. Cousins gets in there. Dylan Cousins getting it back to the point. D to the near side to zoom into the slot, a shot, and that deflected by the rebound on the far side is stopped by Stolarz. Leafs are going to get it airmailed high to center ice and into Ottawa territory to allow a change. Giroux playing it in on the right side, and we're going to get an icing call here. Stützle is a non-believer. And doubled over at the bench there is Montepallo, who got something happened to him. Seems to be all right.
We talked about this before going on the air as well. You'd really like, the Leafs came out and controlled game one. Since then, games 2 and 3, they've sort of sat back. They've managed the game well. They've played the score well. But you would like to see some more stretches where they dominate the offensive zone. I understand if you've got a formula that's worked, you want to stay with it. You've never felt like they've been in trouble or they've been just hanging on. But you also think there might be a little more there.
Lawton line out for Toronto. The puck is shot into the Toronto zone. Lawton gets it ahead for Lorenz. Lorenz rings it around the boards to the far side. It comes back to the blue line, kept in there by Toronto Lawton, but it is intercepted now and brought out at center ice by Batherson. He'll get it to the Leafs blue line, and it's shot in. Puck goes around the boards, and Lorenz launches it high to center ice. Backpedaling with it, Clevin got it to the line on the right wing side. A shot that was off the glove of Stolarz, and Batherson was in position for a rebound, but the Leafs cleared it away from him. Up on the left wing now and brought out by Pacioretty to Bobby McMahon going wide, and a shot, and a good one just off the elbow of goaltender Ullmark. Back to the point, a shot is stopped. There's a big rebound in front. Pacioretty couldn't reach it. It goes down into the corner, and Giroux and Shabbat will get it out at center and play it down into the Toronto end. Stolarz playing it around the boards for McCabe. McCabe gets it ahead off Bobby McMahon, but not into the zone deep, and now it's cleared right back down into the Toronto end. Benoit reverses the puck nicely, and the Maple Leafs defense has McCabe banking it off the near boards and out and down the ice. This will be an icing against Toronto. 12:01 to go in a scoreless first period. Toronto with 4 of the 6 shots that have been taken in the game.
Going back to that point of making where you like to see longer stretches. So they haven't done that in this game, but they've only given up 2 shots. If you go back to the last 2 games, games 2 and 3, third period and overtime combined, they gave up 2 shots last game in the third period. They gave up 5 in overtime in the third period of game 2. So, they've been able to protect leads, but you'd like to see, kind of that dominance at the other end as well. What do we got here? Is Ottawa making a line change?
I don't know. It was an icing call. Now there's a penalty.
Boy, Domi's going. Is this unsportsmanlike? I didn't see anything that would have happened. It looked like the teams were just getting ready to drop the puck in the face-off circle. Oh, Domi, I think, gives Shane Pinto a shot. It was the fake drop puck. And
that's a chintzy.
Well, we'll take a break as Ottawa goes to the power play.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Jazz, born in America, celebrated worldwide. And this month, some of the brightest stars shine in exclusive live performances across SiriusXM. Hear legends Bob James and Lee Rittenauer, the 2025 NEA Jazz Masters Concert, and more. It's Jazz Appreciation Month throughout April on Watercolors Channel 66, Real Jazz Channel 67, and listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with
All right, insiders, let's go. I'm an OG insider, can't you tell? Hey, all right. I need to put that behind me. How's everybody doing? Here we go again. This is, I'm sick of this crap. Why the hell are these calls so bad? We're not starting this again, are we tonight? Come on, buds. Let's get the penalty kill and let me figure out how to move this stupid logo. They're back talking. Go Leafs, go.
And the Leafs are a man short for the first time in the game. The Senators are 2 for 9 on the power play. One of the goals, a 5-on-3 effort. Sanderson carries to center, drops the puck back. Stützle in on the wing on the right side for Cousins. Cousins into the corner. Benoit couldn't come up with it, and a bad pass is going to clear the zone, forcing Ottawa back into neutral ice. Cousins dropping it back. Sanderson on the wing, intercepted by Matthews, and just enough to create an offside with Brady Tkachuk there. And so the faceoff coming outside the Toronto blue line.
It's amazing how many penalties we've seen in this series have not been about defending, right? It's not about you took a penalty to take away a scoring chance. A lot of them have been undisciplined, and unfortunately for the Leafs and Max Domi, that one's got to go into that category.
Faceoff outside the blue line. Off a skate, it goes into the zone. Benoit hammers it on the boards and gets it into Ottawa territory. Sanderson trying to work his way up on the left wing. Drops the puck back. Leaf got interfered with, and Yarncrook was knocked down. The puck comes back to the point. Now on the right side for Cousins. Into the corner. Back to the blue line once more. Sanderson to the left wing side. Tkachuk holding. Doesn't shoot it. Got it back to Sanderson again. Near side, and a drive scores. Senators get the opening goal on a bullet from Stützle. And it's 1-0 on a bad penalty taken by Max Domi. And the Senators get the opening goal.
I remember earlier in the regular season, Stützle had a power play goal from a similar spot in a 2-1 win over the Leafs. That was a 5-on-3, but this is Stützle in the right wing circle. Left-handed shot. Ends up taking the pass from Sanderson, middle of the ice to the right wing circle, and Stützle just blasts the one-timer over the left shoulder of Anthony Stolar's glove side to give Ottawa their second lead of the series.
Penalty kill was brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. It wasn't successful. 1-0 Ottawa. Puck in the Toronto zone. Flipped ahead. Brought on by Morgan Riley. Up ahead it comes to Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg upended there and knocked down by Jensen. The puck goes into the corner, and Gregg, trying to get it out, has to go off a skate into the near corner. Now played ahead by Jensen to center. Senators will get it down into the Leaf end. Amadio sending it in there. A hit by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and it looked like that hurt Ridley Gregg. Long shot is knocked away, and it goes around back of the net. Amadio trying to come out with it. One of the Leafs got upended in front of the net. Holmberg trying to get after his man in the corner, and it is Pinto getting it into the slot. Perron couldn't shoot it, and then when it was shot, it was deflected off the stick of Cousins into the corner. Kept alive by the Senators as they send it around the boards to the far side. Nylander doesn't get it out. The Leafs get it freed up now, and now it is played ahead. Nylander chipping it, and it's going to go down to the line, but no icing.
Leafs better snap out of this, Joey. Shots are 4-3 Toronto, but Ottawa's starting to come. They're energized because of the power play goal.
Played ahead at center for Nyes. Nyes will play it deep into Ottawa territory. Sanderson gets there first. Played it ahead. Cousins trying to come out with it. A long lead pass deflects into the zone. And now McCabe sending it around back of the net. Gets it returned. And will find a man in Marner who plays it quickly ahead. And out come the Leafs to center. Nyes dumping it into the near corner. Matthews after it, trying to get it away. So is Nyes. Matthews takes his man down. Marner chipping it along the boards, but Sanderson has good positioning on Matthews, and he'll get it ahead and played out by Zetterlund into the Toronto end. Morgan Riley first there for the Maple Leafs. Got it ahead on the right wing side, and it's cleared into the center ice area. Apparently Riley got hit. We didn't see the hit, but the crowd reacting to it. Played into the zone, and now a whistle on an icing, or was it offside? And we'll wait to see where they face it off.
Tell you though, if you're the Ottawa Senators, this is how you approach this game. Win one. They make it 3-1. Leafs had a 3-1 lead in Ottawa. We've seen 3-1 leads disappear. Now you forget about being down 3-0. Now you try to push the story to be on, are these the same old Leafs that can't close out a playoff series? And it might be short-lived, but it's been certainly give you something.
That's all you can do. I mean, you got to win the next shift. You really have to.
You can go back.
Take the game down to a minuscule. Now here's Domi in over the line with a wrist shot that was caught by Omart, and
Ridley Gregg apparently has gone to the Ottawa dressing room.
Yeah, he got hit. I think Oliver Ekman-Larsson drilled him in the end boards, and it looked like a shoulder injury. So he's gone to the dressing room. 8:32 to play in the first period. 1-0 Ottawa. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Touchdown. Great catch. Give me a high five. 5 minutes later. Interception. Awesome play. Give me a high five. 2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2-for-1 Pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant... never mind. I'm hungry.
High five by...
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. One of the 2,417 people hanging out with us right now, watching our buds lose right now, 1-0 to the Ottawa Senators. We knew Ottawa was going to come out strong tonight, but there's plenty of time left. Come on, Leafs fans in the chat, get in there and chat it up. I love those brooms. Get those brooms going. Let's motivate our buds to wrap this series up. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Please hit that like button down below. Now's the time. Exit out of the chat if you haven't done so already. Please hit that thumbs up button. It's the best way for you to help us bring fans here to the chat. More Maple Leafs fans on Toronto Sports Insider watching the Leafs in the playoffs. That's what it's all about. Go Leafs, go. Thank you for subscribing and turning on that bell. We're on our way to 97,000. Maybe we'll get there tonight. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. Come on. Let's get this thing evened up quick.
Supply. Fit for less. Everybody happy.
Face Off brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan. Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca.
Well, the Vegas Golden Knights have evened things up in their series with Minnesota. Boy, has that been a surprise.
Yes, it ever.
Yep.
Draw one cleanly by Toronto. Benoit playing it along the boards. Domi couldn't come up with it. And it is Tkachuk carrying it out at center with a pass up on the right side for Montepallo. Drop for pass in front. Another shot stopped there by Stolars. as the puck comes to the line and is pushed to center ice. And now Pacioretty in over the line on the right wing side for Domi, went off his stick and comes into the zone and into the goal crease. And Ullmark loses it, but the whistle went, and now he's getting up rather slowly.
What about the game Montreal last night? Both starting goaltenders end up leaving with injuries. Anthony Stolarz, even though the Leafs haven't given up a lot, he's made a couple of big stops. That last
Dylan
one,
Cousins.
Dylan Cousins from between the hash marks.
Montepallo falling backwards on Ullmark, but he seems to be all right. Pacioretty with a good effort there. 8:08 to play in the first period. And the Senators leading 1-0 on a power play goal. Sanderson off a face-off win. Bit of interference nicely run there by Artem Zub. Puck comes to center. Leafs are able to turn it over, and Nyes sends it right back into the zone. Nyes goes into the forecheck but can't come up with it. Then a hit on the far side by Matthews, but the puck comes to center ice. Leafs getting it freed up but unable to find Marner. And now here are the Senators with Sanderson banking it off the boards to the Leaf blue line, but quickly brought back by Brendan Carlo, and he's going to send it in as the Leafs are starting a change. Nyes knocks his man Zub to the ice, but the Senators get the puck out at center ice. Flip back ahead, and Nyes will shoot it in before he goes to the bench. Round on the far side. In goes Yarncrook around the net, coming out in front, and the pass didn't quite get there as Zub knocked it away before Lawton could get his stick on it. Another good hit there by the Leafs in the corner in Lorenz. It comes out at center ice. Lorenz gets it right back and shoots it in. Now Lawton looking for a chance to play it around the boards, and does. Far side for Yarncrook. Lorenz intercepted him for a bit, but then Gaudette took it away from him and gets it down into the Toronto zone. McCabe given a bit of a bump on the inboard. Senator fans reacting to anything that resembles a hit as the puck goes down, pinned up against the wall by Cousins and Gaudette. It does come free. Back to the point now for Nick Jensen. Jensen shot in traffic to the goal line. They're jamming away at it. And the whistle goes and there's no goal. Gaudette in the corner now after somebody and grabbing somebody from behind. David Perron has got a hold of and throwing punches there at Yarncrook, I think it is.
Yeah, and he's going to go too. Perron's getting the penalty. But how this puck doesn't go in. They got in behind Anthony Stolarz. You can see Stolarz looking back, and then the confusion.
Boy, McCabe makes a couple of saves, and then Stolarz is able to finally get it pulled back in underneath him. Oh, great save by McCabe. I'll tell you what, it's a good thing he had all of his protective equipment on, Mr. Ralph. I'm just saying. Because that cup just made a hell of a save.
Cup was actually laying on the blue paint, and his helmet was in the crease on his stomach. I think Ottawa's going to a power play.
They're going to take a look and see if there's a goal, but it doesn't appear to be, but it is a penalty here to David Perron.
I don't know how, and we agreed that the Domi penalty had to be called, and it's the same thing with the Perron penalty. From what we saw, it did not get close. It was a very quick look from crossing the goal line. But David Perron just gets up and grabs. Perron just grabs Yarncroc from behind in a headlock and wrestles him down, and that's a little surprising, is it not, from a veteran player?
Power play brought to you by Subaru. Hurry the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru.
5 for 9, the Leaf power play so far in this series. It got things evened up in Game 3 after the Senators took their first lead.
One of those goals was a 5-on-3 as well. And the draw scrummed, but it goes into the corner, and the Leafs are going to get it back towards the blue line. Tavares against the wall, into the corner for Marner. Marner on the near half boards as things clear out. Marner down low for Nylander, into the slot. Matthews doesn't shoot it. Nylander with it again. Back to the point to Marner now. Now to Willie. Nylander, top of the circles, lets the shot go, blockered away there by Ullmark, but the Leafs are going to control the rebound. Nyes in the corner, trying to get it back out in front for Tavares, but he's able to save it along the boards. Nylander runs into a traffic jam on the wall. Puck is still there, and it's pushed out at center ice in a foot race now. Here's a chance for Pinto. He's in a goal! Stopped by Stolarz! No, they're saying it went in! First shorthanded goal of the series. I didn't see the puck in the net. We'll have to wait for the replay.
Yeah, referee was right behind the goal and signaled right away. The Sens out-battled the Leafs on the near boards. And nobody really backs up the blue line. It was Matthew Nyes, the closest one back. But Shane Pinto walks in, and this just squeezes through the pads of Anthony Stolarz and slides into the net. So as good as Stolarz has been, that's 2 on 6 shots. And a couple of special team goals for the Ottawa Senators have them up with their biggest lead of the series.
Domi with the second unit on. McMahon gets it in over the line. Domi after the puck on the near boards, trying to pry it free. McMahon is up against the wall with Jensen. It comes back on the wall, and now Domi this puck hasn't moved more than 2 feet along the boards here as play sort of continues in a maze of skates. And 40 seconds left in the power play, and the Senators doing a great job as the puck does come free. Now Riley at the blue line with a spinning move, and he gave the puck away, and Pinto bringing it back into the Leaf end. The Leafs will get it back. Riley carries to center and into the zone. Drops off for Pacioretty. Pacioretty's pass hit a skate, and the Senators are breaking 2-on-1. Out at center ice and across the line for Gaudette. And is it offside? They're calling it and blowing it down. Stützle from Sanderson and Tkachuk to open the scoring. And then a shorthanded solo rush by Shane Pinto. And the Senators have a 2-0 lead on specialty team goal.
But really, the Leafs have deserved this score, haven't they? You know, they haven't been sharp, haven't really established the forecheck. There have been some giveaways. And even though they've only given up 6 shots, Anthony Stolarz has been human in the first 15 minutes and 9 seconds of this game.
15 seconds left in the power play. And Chris Tanev turns in his own zone. He'll bring it out into the neutral zone to the red line. Flips it to himself off the boards on the far side, but couldn't get any deeper. Senators have played it back, and the penalty box door opens. And it has been a bit of a catastrophe on specialty teams here for the Maple Leafs here in the first period. 2-0 Ottawa. Cousins gets it ahead for Tkachuk. He couldn't get in over the line cleanly. Pushed back out at center ice. Montepallo will try to play it in, but the Leafs intercept. Brought on by Scott Laughton. Laughton's wrist shot is taken on the chest by Ullmark, and he's going to cover it and stop play. And Clevin and Laughton having a little discussion. And a 2-0 Ottawa lead. First period, lots of game to go, but the Leafs have got to get their act together. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us at the 2025 NFL Draft.
The game evolves, so let's just start with the kickoff.
What we achieved last year, I think, was obviously a
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is TSI Mike, and now that we've got your attention, we're bringing you every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto through our Playoff Pulse campaign. Let's grow our global community. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell, and join the action.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Playoff Pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders to boost our impact. So subscribe now and be a part of this incredible movement. Holy Mackinac! Let's show SickKids Hospital we're here for them. Join us today.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
Play-by-play on SiriusXM.
TSN 1050, everywhere you want it.
Tim Stützle with his first goal of the series, and Shane Pinto getting the first shorthanded goal of the series and his first goal of the series as well.
By the way, the regular season, Ottawa 35-6 when scoring first. 0-1 in the playoffs.
Puck in the center ice area. Cousins couldn't get to it. The Leafs have it at their own blue line. Up ahead for Benoit from almost the same spot he scored the winning goal. That one was deflected into the corner. Now comes free, and Tavares can't come up with it. Cleared out at center ice. Swatted back there by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but Cousins make a nice move. He got around Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but couldn't get around Benoit. Puck comes back to the point to Jensen. Jensen goes to his defense partner. Long shot by Chabot went high and wide. Near side for Jensen to play it down into the corner. Benoit takes his man to the boards. In goes Tkachuk with a half-hearted hit there that didn't amount to much, and the Leafs have played the puck off the glass and into the crowd. And a face-off will come in the Toronto zone with 3:16 to play here in the first period, and Ottawa leading by a score of 2-0.
You could have said you would be surprised at the score if somebody said, look, Ottawa's going to jump out to a 2-0 lead. But how it's happened, it's really hasn't been that Ottawa has come in waves. It's just that the Leafs have had nothing back the other way. They've looked a step behind, haven't they?
And Anthony Stolarz, the two goals are goals that he has stopped.
Yes.
In previous action, right?
Yep. But even beyond that, Ottawa's been the much better team.
Yep.
Much sharper.
Montepallo got it off on the wing, shot into the corner then by Cousins. Round back of the net. Carlo knocks his man down. The puck comes back, and it's going to go through the two defensemen and all the way back into Ottawa territory. Clevin starting out of his own zone, down the right wing board, stops at his own blue line, plays it off the wall and in for Perron. Perron into the corner with a long shot from an angle that is taken on the chest by Stolarz. And he's going to have to be pretty much letter perfect here until the Leafs can get their act together to get a little offense going as they trail in the game 2-0.
I believe Brady Tkachuk is brought up. The 2004 Boston Red Sox were able to come back on the New York Yankees. Hard to believe that was the first time in Major League Baseball history.
Which is amazing.
Yes.
Now, having said that, as a faceoff won, a shot goes wide of the Leaf goal. For over 100 years, there was only one series. So there wasn't a lot of track record there.
Yeah.
Played out at center ice. And, of course, for about 100 years, there were two series when there were original 6 teams, right? At the point, a shot goes wide of the Ottawa goal. Fed up on the boards. Blocked there nicely by the Leafs, but it'll come free. And now here's Zub trying to get it under control to play it out. And he does to center ice. Down into the Leaf end. And an icing call coming here against Ottawa.
But really in this game, two major gaffes played to the goals. One is just Max Domi taking the penalty off a face-off. It was one of those false starts, but he follows through and smacked. I believe that was Pinto as well, wasn't it? Smacked him in the head. And then you've got your top 5 players on the ice give up a shorthanded breakaway to make it 2-0.
Senators have won 11 of the 18 face-offs, which is an area where they've just been getting annihilated. And we get an icing call here against Toronto. The Leafs have been almost 60% in the series.
And so far, John Tavares, I've got 0 for 2. Austin Matthews, 1 for 5.
Face off in the Toronto zone. Coming on the icing. 2:01 to go. Domi lost the draw, and a quick shot off the face-off circled by Batherson went wide. Cleared back to the blue line, kept alive there, but it goes off a skate. Chipped into the corner. Domi couldn't get it. Then a wrist shot taken by Zetterlund went wide. Point shot. Stop. Big rebound in front. Backhand stop. Here's Stolarz looking for the loose puck. And it's kicked by Riley to the near boards. Kept alive there by Montepallo. Montepallo working it back to the point. They go D to the far side. Clevin back to Montepallo on the right wing with a shot. And that was off the mark, off the side of the goal. Domi trying to find a loose puck, and so is Oliver Ekman-Larsson as they finally get it free. Pacioretty is going to skate to open ice, but can't get it to the red line to get it in deep. Now he does get it freed up, misses a hit from Batherson. Bit of a scrum there as the teams are going to their respective benches. 1:09 to go in the period as the puck is down in the offensive zone for the Leafs. Here's Tavares coming out of the corner, dropping it off now for McCabe. McCabe shot to the far side, corralled, and it comes back to the point. Nylander with a wrist shot, and traffic, he scores! A tip in front of the net. Tavares was cruising in there. I think it's Johnny Toronto, and the Maple Leafs are on the board with a late tally in the final minute of the period.
Tavares' line has not been great. 5-on-5 so far in the series, but they came up with a huge one here. And that was after surviving another scramble at the other end of the ice, where Stolarz has made a couple of big stops. Leafs finally get it into the Ottawa zone. And we've seen a lot of these in the playoffs. Willie Nylander from the blue line, middle of the ice, just wrists it towards the net to the right of Ullmark. John Tavares turns, positions himself perfectly for the redirection into the net to get the Leafs on the board.
19:04, the time of the third goal of this series for John Tavares. And the Leafs cut the lead in half. Played out at center by Ridley Gregg, who is back into the lineup. Back down behind the net now for Jake McCabe. Pulls away from one forecheck. Played out at center ice. McCabe gets upended. Takes a look at the official to see if there's anything. Now, Nye's unable to get free. Swatted to the far side for Marner with 15 seconds left in the period. Leafs are changing. And it is Carlo with a pass that was intercepted. Brought in over the line. Carlo took down Tkachuk there, and that looked like he stuck that knee out just a bit. Comes back on the boards. The Leafs are able to keep it in, and time's going to run out. And then Benoit gets hit from behind by Tkachuk, and then Benoit gets tangled up with one of the Senators, and there's a great face washing going on here. I'm not sure who the Senator is. Is that no? It's Cousins, yep. Yeah. Dylan Cousins.
Every now and then you want to say to the linesman, let him go. Just,
you know,
let's see what happens there.
There's really no... Actually, that would scare the hell out of a lot of them, right? We're letting this go, boys. And then they... Oh, that's okay. That's all right, fine. Up now.
What about the poor linesman on the
bench?
Last night.
That reminded me of the guy... who was the linesman that climbed into the penalty box to save Ty Domi?
Not sure if that was Pat Tabuzzi. I'm not sure. We might.
Or Kevin Collins. No, I thought it was Kevin Collins. There might be penalties.
Yeah, you know, I just heard the ref. I thought there was only one penalty announced, but hopefully Jimmer and Anthony Stewart will get the update on that in the intermission.
Why, are they part of the broadcast?
I believe so.
Really? Are they coming up next?
Well,
we're not doing anything.
I'm not a producer per se.
All right. Well, we'll stand by. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 10.
Soak up spring love vibes with an all-new mix from The Flow.
Bring the beat in.
Now on the SiriusXM app, featuring 2000s R&B hits from the heart by Ashanti, Usher, and Beyonce. Plus smooth 2010s grooves from Frank Ocean, Janelle Monáe, and more. It's the perfect soundtrack for flings, feels, and everything in between. Just search Spring Love in the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big
Man, I'm trying to get all these videos figured out. All right, we're in the first intermission, and I fixed my problem. Johnny Toronto is fixing the Leafs' problem with that goal at the end of the period to make it 2-1. That's all we need is one, Leafs fans. That's all we need is one. Now the party's on. Now we're back in the game. Now Ottawa knows we're not just going to fold and head back to Toronto for game number 5. We're coming hard for the rest of this game, and we're going to try and end their season. All right, wow, Northern Farm Girl in the house. Oh, my goodness. Great to see you, Northern Farm Girl. How are you? There's one of those alarms that's been going crazy. But, all right, we've got a little update here on the schedule. So the Blue Jays rained out today in New York. At least they got the win in Game 1 of the series. We'll have a doubleheader tomorrow starting at 1:30 Eastern. Blue Jays, Yankees will probably take us home through all the rest of the other streams that we have going on tomorrow, which, to make things easier on the channel and on the algorithms and everything else, because, man, these analytics have been insane over the past month and a half. And since I'm such a new channel, we haven't been able to see last year's data until now. So, being that we're only 1 year old. And look at this, we're at 96,697. I know there's 3 people out of the 2,212 in the chat right now that can hit that subscribe button and get us over that 96.7 hump. All right, who's getting the next goal for our buds? Great to see everybody here in the chat. All right, look at it. Man, we got all the OGs in the chat tonight. Miss Carmen, the power of art, Northern Farm Girl, Mike Stewart. Hey, look at that. Boom, there's 4 subscribers right there. Well, welcome to our community where we listen to every single Toronto sports game. Every one. Because I've got the infrastructure, I've got everything I can do, all of the games, but YouTube is not agreeing with it. They don't like seeing the notifications get messed up and all that, and it screws everything up, and it takes the personalization out of it. So tomorrow's schedule, Winnipeg Jets and St. Louis Blues will be the first game of the day, followed by that Yankees doubleheader. Lakers and Minnesota Timberwolves. Of course, Washington Capitals and Montreal Canadiens. Boston and Orlando in the other basketball game, and then the LA Kings and Edmonton Oilers. So Northern Farm Girl, make sure you're here. Look at that. 5 gifted memberships from Andrew Hurd. Thank you so much for that gift. We need to take it back to the intermission. I hear Joe's goal call going in the background, so that means it's time for me to shut up and listen to the hockey again. We'll see you back in the chat.
Standard in a Subaru. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you, Stu. That goal was much needed, wasn't it?
And it came at the perfect time, and it was probably the first time all period that the Maple Leafs probably established a forecheck and any sense of pressure. Kudos to Ottawa on really doing their best to get back and getting pucks right back up the ice. But great job by Tavares getting in on the forecheck, getting the puck to the point, and what a heads-up play by William Nylander. Nice little shot pass, through traffic to redirect with 55 seconds left. So a game where it looked like Toronto was potentially dead in the water, they find a way to keep it in. So not playing their best game tonight, but down 2-1 after 20, where they easily could have been down 3-4-0. They should be thanking their lucky stars that they're still in this game 4.
And just the flurry before the goal goes in, there was a couple of opportunities there too.
Morgan Riley, he's a game saver, right? If he doesn't block that shot there on Stützle, it's 3-0, and you could probably say get prepared for coming back to Toronto for Tuesday. So what a great save by him, and just putting his body on the line, and that's sort of been the moments, right? And Stolarz a couple minutes before, I believe, made another big save as well. So he's been dialed in. Not ideal start for him, but it's funny, if you're a stats nerd out there, sort of look at the stats. If you let in a power play goal against and a shorthanded, you're probably a 990 percentage that you're probably going to lose the game. That's usually how it works in today's NHL. Don't look it up and don't at me if you feel a little bit negative about that stat. But
go ahead, Stu. Go ahead, Stu.
So again, but that goal, if they don't score that goal, it's a tough hill to climb. At the final 40 minutes. So it wasn't their best game, but that just shows this group. They didn't bring their A game, but they have the talent and they have the game breakers to make something happen to set themselves up for a final 40 minutes of getting back into this game 4.
Man, that's what we've seen all season long. So just to clean up some paperwork at the end of the period, Benoit gets 2 for roughing, and Dylan Cousins gets 2 for roughing, so they get canceled out. So let's go back to how this started. Ottawa was able to do things they weren't able to do in the previous 3 games. Stützle scores in a power play, and then shorthanded Pinto scores. So I want to amend how I misled everybody in the pregame. They were 5 for 9, the Leafs were in the power play. Now they're 5 for 10 with a shorthanded goal against. So that shorthanded goal against I didn't really like. I didn't like the goaltending on it. I didn't like the opportunity. The Stützle one was just a cannon of a shot.
Oh, yeah, what a rocket. And I'm trying to think if he's been on that flank the whole entire playoffs there. I'm not too sure, but what a great shot, great release. It started with Matthew Tkachuk with the patience on the left flank. Just he could have maybe shot it, does a spin up, gets it back to the point, and they go seam cross. So it really opened up that play there. It was a really heads up play by Stützle. What sort of had me a little bit bewildered was on that shorthanded goal. It shows Nyes literally on the goal line. How is he the first man back on the back check? Where's everybody else, right? I don't know if they were going to get a pizza or get a blow on the bench there, get a little bit of a change there. But it's a game of small margins. It's a game of details and mistakes, and just Toronto made too many that period. So not saying they took their foot off the gas. They just made some glaring errors, and in games past they were maybe bailed out by the goaltending. But I can see them responding just with what's at stake here, right? You don't want to, this Ottawa team, they've been pesky all year, so you want to stay out of the penalty box. You don't want to give them any life. This is the 11th best power play in the National Hockey League. So starts with discipline, starts with getting in and establishing a forecheck. One time you established a forecheck and some pressure, it's or the second time, the fourth line had a couple opportunities too, it ends up in Ottawa's net. So that's the key. Get in on the forecheck, turn pucks over, try to hem them in, and just start grinding them down shift by shift.
So the obvious difference between this and the last game, there's 3 goals scored in the first period, but in terms of how it was played, was it much different?
I noticed Ottawa had a little bit more urgency. You can tell that, hey, their season is on the line. And I noticed from their D were doing a great job in retrieving pucks. They weren't wasting any time in looking up and trying to make the perfect play. They were literally getting there a split second before Toronto, going D-to-D up ice. So their D-to-D ups were very, very quick this period. And, I noticed, Nyes chipping it in to not really having any support. You don't want to dump pucks in just for the sake of doing it. They call it chip and charge or chip and retrieve, right? That's sort of the evolution of the dump and chase, right? You chip it to get it back. They weren't really doing that. I think there were maybe 2 or 3 for 12 that period. They have to do a better job, but kudos to Ottawa. This is not going to be an easy series in their mind, and they showed up to play in that first period.
So what are you looking for in period number 2?
Good start for Toronto. Hopefully they go and draw another power play and do a little bit better paying attention to the details on the D side of the puck. Stolarz, I think, had a pretty decent period, 7 saves. But I think the top guys just getting in the forecheck, turning pucks over, but just making some big plays. They're game-breaking guys, got to step up. I can see them doing that in the final 40 here.
Could I talk you into the Leafs spending less time in their zone?
That's been their MO. If they're sitting at 15 shots against, I'd have an issue, but they're keeping them to the outside. There's no real high danger second and third opportunities. They're getting the 1, maybe the 1.5, but there's no real second, third.
Okay, it's 2-1 Ottawa over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Touchdown. Great catch. Give me a high five. 5 minutes later. Interception. Awesome play. Give me a high five. 2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2 for $1 pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant, never mind. I'm hungry.
High five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium 1-topping pizzas for just $5 each.
2 for $1 pizza. 2 for $1. Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
Joe and Lucy needed a new roof and reached out to Alpine Credits. I flew over to help them with a home renovation loan. I suggested they transform their house into a giant robot head. Beams that shoot from the eyes. Pew, pew. Instead, they just went with shingles. But it's pretty glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credit.
Or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed where work is performed. See website for details.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go to town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Earlier today, Lightning 5 went over the Panthers. The Panthers series lead is now trimmed to 2-1. Kachuk opened the scoring for Florida, and then Tampa took over. Point, Paul, Gensel, Glendening, and Cirelli into an open net, which caused a massive hit on Gensel, which caused a major penalty. In the other game, it is the Golden Knights by Minnesota by a score of 4-3 in overtime. Theodore, Rossi, Foligno, Roy, Hurdle, Spurgeon, and Barbashev scored the game-winning goal in overtime for Vegas, and that series is now tied at 2. And later on tonight, Dallas and Colorado at 9:30. Dallas with a 2-1 series lead. In our game, 2-1 for the Ottawa Senators over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Football season may be months away.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59.
But Sports Grid Radio is talking about the lines, odds, and futures for the NFL.
If you don't have a great quarterback in this league, you'll be lucky if you scrape 8.
Whether you're looking at team win totals, props, or the best odds to win next year's Super Bowl, the only place to get the winning edge over the sports books is Sports Grid Radio.
And I'm going to bet the Eagles to win the NFC before the year gets underway.
Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it.
All right, we're getting fired up here in the chat. Brandy Gale, the power of our Jeff Mitterling, Andrew Hurd, and Kim Hickman. I love it. That was a great comment right there, Kim. I love this room. I can be me and I can be Leaf. I love it. That is awesome. That's what it's about here. We're just here to hang out and have fun and listen to the game, where you know every game is going to be. If the Leafs are playing, we're live here on TSI. If Toronto FC's playing, we're live on TSI. If the Blue Jays are playing, we're live. They're rained out tonight. That's why we're not live. I am a sports fanatic. I love all of the Toronto teams. Toronto till I die. I have logos tattooed on my body. Let's go, Toronto. Let's go, Insiders. Go, Leafs, go. Come on, this is second period. We got to get those brooms out. Let's put this thing away. Let's just get like 4 goals right here in the second and just crush Ottawa's hopes of a third period comeback. Let's go, Leafs. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Miss V, so great to see you. Rick Smith. Brandy, as always. Wow, the entrance. Every time you come in, everybody, oh, Brandy's here. Oh, look, we were losing. Now Brandy's here. And they score. Man, unbelievable. Ella LeMay, I love it. Welcome there with the brooms. Christopher, great to see you. W, from wherever that beach is in Europe. Thank you. And what he said, subscribe if you love sports radio. because I've got this thing figured out, and I love sports radio. All right, back to the intermission, or back to the hockey. Joe's talking, Jim's coming up, let's go!
In the penalty box, and then with David Perron in the penalty box, Shane Pinto scored an unassisted shorthanded goal at 14:10 to build a 2-0 Ottawa lead, the largest they've had in the series. But John Tavares tipping in a beautiful pass from William Nylander at 19:04 with Chris Tanev also assisting on the goal, and it is cut in half. It's 2-1 heading into the second period of play in Ottawa at the Canadian Tire Centre.
Yeah, for Tavares, goal number 3 of the season, or in the series, and then Willie Nylander's 4th assist. Like we said, 5-on-5. They have not been dominant, not really noticeable, so maybe a huge moment for them, a huge goal for the Leafs to get them back into it late. Looks like we'll start 4-on-4.
Got a photo of a guy, we're not in Ottawa obviously, but got a photo from somebody who is there, and a Leaf fan walking through the corridor has a Leaf jersey on, and it's got Holy Mackinac across the top, and the number is 74. Damn if he didn't get the age right. And that, but he is in copyright infringement, and I've contacted my law firm, Dewey, Screwham and Howe.
Yeah.
They are on the case, and that guy, Mr. Ralph, is in a lot of trouble when I catch up to him. Tell you that right now.
You know what I patented was he shoots, he scores.
Oh.
That's mine.
That's yours?
Well, I just got it patented. I don't think
That'd be nice.
I don't think I've ever said it.
No.
But,
well, if you'd like,
mine.
I can take the rest of the night off. I'm fine. I can go home. I got 15 people in my house right now that I could join and enjoy the hockey game with them and a beverage.
I think you and I should settle up the last 30 years first. How many times have you used that?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
This is going to cost me a lot of money, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Retrospectively speaking.
No, we could be in court for a while.
Yep. We're ready here as the puck is dropped to start the second period. Leafs to the left and the Senators to the right as it's played down into the Senator zone. Cousins gets roughing. And the Leafs get a penalty as well. So they're playing 4-on-4 here after that scrum at the end of the period.
Yeah, Benoit roughing as well, Joe.
All right, thank you.
All right, now, special teams has been the difference. Power play and shorthanded goal by the Senators.
Minute 44 to go on the 4-on-4. Face-off in the Ottawa zone. Tavares scrummed the draw. It's knocked to the far boards. Nylander couldn't get there. And Sanderson turns it back up ice for Ottawa. Works down the left wing to get it ahead. Backhanded by Cousins in over the line. Cut off by Morgan Rielly. Reverse there for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Then quickly returned to Rielly. His pass, though, was off a stick, but it is carried on by Tavares into the slot with a wrist shot. And that went high and bounces back at the net. Tavares with it, trying to play it back to the point. He does to Tanev. Tanev is unable to keep it in, though. And it comes to center ice and back into Toronto territory. Leafs will regroup the puck with McCabe getting it ahead and across the line. Matthews to Nylander, a shot and into the glove. Caught by Omar. Good opportunity for Willie coming in off the left wing on his wrong wing. But he had the right-handed shot with a little more look at the net, but good save made by Omar.
Yeah, I think Willie might have started out by heading to the bench, but saw Matthews was able to get it at the blue line and was coming over, and he simply cut in behind Austin Matthews and took the drop pass. But Allmark equal to the task. Glove save. Nylander trying to go far side.
10 shots apiece in the game so far. Face off in the Ottawa zone. Won by the Senators. Scrummed in the corner. Marner trying to dig it out. And it comes to the side of the net, back to the point. Tanev! Off the glove of Allmark, and it just went wide. I'll tell you what, if Benoit scores and now Tanev scores, I'm going to Vegas with all of this information. Here's Stützle trying to drive and going around back of the net. Had it knocked off his stick, but he's able to play it back to the goal. Cut off there nicely by McCabe, and he skates it out at center with Tkachuk chasing him. McCabe got it in over the line, but without control. And now the Senators will bring it back. Shabbat getting it ahead. Stutzla in over the line, trying to get his stick away from Domi's checking. Into the slot, it goes to Artem Zub. Zub doesn't shoot it, goes to the far wing. Here's Shabbat with it now. Shabbat, back it goes to Stutzla. Stutzla going wide, can't shoot it, taken down by Morgan Riley. Riley battles along the boards, and Marner is able to intercept a pass and then just reverse it and try to ease things out the other side with Morgan Riley. Riley dropping it back for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and the Leafs will get a change going. OEL gets it ahead, and now Lorenz to the line and in. A pass deflects into the corner from Yarncrook. A good hit there by Lorenz to try and pry it free from Sanderson, and he does. Lorenz coming out of the corner with it. In for a tip pass. Lorenz plays it to the right wing side. Here's Carlo. Can't shoot it at the net, so sends it around to the far boards. Lawton took a high stick. That didn't get called. Puck comes to the near side. Back to the point. Trapped there by Carlo. Down into the corner now for Lorenz. Lorenz trying to get to it. Couldn't find anybody. Now does to Benoit. Benoit down into the corner after it, but it is grabbed off by Zub. He's trying to find an opening as he gets hit by Scott Lawton on the forecheck. Played out at center ice now by Ottawa. Pinto trying to get a change going. Just plays it into the Toronto end. Leafs with a long up. Domi is after it, but way out of the goal comes Omar to play it away. And the Senators will get it into the Leaf zone. Back of the net, a centering effort there by Zetterlund didn't work. Leafs can't come with it. Now backhanded in front of the goal. Sweeping in front with a wrist shot taken by Gaudette. Went harmlessly wide as the Leafs got a stick on it. Another shot by Gaudette goes well wide of the net. Tanev plays it out at center. Domi couldn't get it in over the line cleanly, and going back to retrieve it is Clevin. Clevin banks it off the glass to center ice. Tanev intercepts. He'll get it ahead on the left wing. McMahon had to wait for teammates to get onside. Pacioretty down into the corner. Frees it up for Bobby McMahon. Back along the boards for Pacioretty. Now to Tavares, who has come over the boards. Back to the point, kept in by Toronto. And the Senators back of their own goal, running into a lot of bodies. Nylander into the slot, and the one-timer was negated by a broken stick.
And that was Holmberg coming off the bench.
Leafs back at center ice. Tavares in across the line with Holmberg. Tavares takes down a man, but the official there doesn't call it, but apparently we are not in view of him. The other official has. There's a delayed penalty coming to Toronto.
And this is a penalty.
How the guy 5 feet in front of it didn't call it, but that's besides the point. Senators get it in over the line, and it'll be touched here by Nyes, and so the second power play of the game for Ottawa coming as a result of an offensive zone takedown by John Tavares.
And Tavares has the puck coming over the Ottawa line. And he got bumped off the puck, down on one knee, and then swiping for it, took out the feet of the Senators player. And it was Shane Pinto, who has been all over the place for the Ottawa Senators in this game. He's the one that took the puck away from Tavares, lifted his stick from behind, and Tavares tried to regain his composure, took the feet out from the Ottawa forward.
So the Leafs a man short for the second time, and the Senators control the puck. Stutzla down into the corner. Gets it back from Batherson. Stutzla on the near half boards. Back to the point to Sanderson. Far side, Cousins back to Sanderson. Sanderson to Stutzla off his stick. Tanev trying to chase after it as it goes back of the goal for Tkachuk. Tkachuk coming out in front. They jam at it. And the pad of Stolar's got across to make the save, but the Senators are keeping the puck in. They play it down into the corner. Batherson centers. That was off of Tanev's stick. Tanev couldn't get to it. Neither can Marner. Played along the boards for Stutzla. Stutzla centers. Nope. Holds on. Works to the near half boards. Down into the corner. Batherson centering. Broken up by Marner. And he's going to tip it out at center ice. But the Leafs are not going to get anybody exchanged. Played into the zone again. Batherson, right wing side. Sprawling to block that was McCabe, and he deflected it into the corner. Kept alive by Ottawa. Leafs have been on for a minute 25. Sanderson into the corner. Cousins is there. Marner intercepts. Marner sends it ahead and gets flattened by Sanderson, and a penalty is coming here to Ottawa for interference.
Boy, Mitch Marner sold this big time. I don't think there was any gas left in the tank for him to be able to bang it off the board.
He wasn't going anywhere.
But he still made the movement to get around the Ottawa defenseman as he chipped it up the left wing boards. And got interfered with a bit. Marner went down. And who was it? This is Jake Sanderson is going to go.
So the penalty kill was brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. And the Leaf Power Play upcoming is brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru.
And interesting to see they're going to have 4-on-4. They just had Matthews and Marner out up front. 41 seconds of 4-on-4 before the Leafs go to the power play. Holmberg.
Well, Tavares is in the penalty box, so that negates that.
Yeah, Holmberg has taken the draw. We see Morgan Riley.
And Bobby McMahon is the other forward. Okay. As they pan over there to give us a look off this face-off in the Ottawa zone, controlled by the Senators. They get to center ice and get it in over the line. Down the right wing boards, trying to get in is Pinto. He gets it back to the blue line, but it's gone by everybody back to center ice. Another 28 seconds before the Leafs go to their second power play of the game. Senators with it in the center ice area for Shabbat. Shabbat centers! Rang off the post by Tkachuk. It's banked back to the blue line, kept alive by Zetterlund. And it's deflected out at center ice by the Maple Leafs. Whoa, Leafs catch a break there. Tkachuk with a great shot, and almost stealing it there was Bobby McMahon. He forces Jensen back in his own zone, and now the Leafs on the power play, and the Sens are getting it in over the line. Pinto will flip it into the corner. Riley goes back after the puck and rings it around the boards to the near side, and the Leafs Tavares starts out with it. He's going to drop it back and bring it on now is Riley. Riley dropping it off as he goes to the bench, and the first unit is out with Marner holding the puck in the Toronto zone. Marner drops it even further, and Willie starts out. Nylander to center. Nylander in on the right side, skips it off on the right wing side for Tavares. Tavares goes around back in the net. He said, puck in front of the goal. They bang away at it. Ullmark down, and he's got a hold of it.
Well, a sneaky little play to put it out short side. Everybody was sold that this puck was going around the Ottawa net. But that was Tavares chipped it back out into the slot. And the Leafs very nearly find the loose puck and flip it in. And Austin Matthews had it just go past him.
Yeah, he couldn't pull it past the goaltender, could he? Leafs win the faceoff. Nylander at the point, long shot by Marner, then went wide. Tavares back there is hauled down by Shabbat. No call. I don't think there's a call. I can only see one official, and he doesn't have his arm up, so I guess not. Nylander up ahead. Matthews to the line and in. Matthews on the left wing side. Matthews dropping it back to the slot area. Nylander with a shot that was blocked. And the Senators, who scored shorthanded earlier in the game, now give the puck away. Played down into the corner by Toronto, into the offensive zone. Trying to get to it is Nyes. Forces his man wide, but it's iced by the Senator defense. And the penalty is over. Ottawa 2, the Leafs 1. 11:50 to go in the second period. Leafs up 3-0. Played off the boards and in by Domi, dropping it back. A chance for Benoit, and he had to go off a stick. Now Domi back of the net trying to get it in front. The two overtime heroes almost hooking up there with the plate. Great pass.
Yeah, I think Benoit tried to get it back to Domi when he actually might have been better off trying to just get it to the net.
Absolutely. One of the Senators has lost a glove in the fray. The Leafs get the puck to the line. Kept in by Clevin. Clevin down the left wing boards with a shot. Stolar's got a piece on a drive from the other side. Is caught by the Leaf netminder to stop play. Score remains the way the first period ended. It is Ottawa 2, the Leafs 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, –
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is TSI Mike, and now that we've got your attention, we're bringing you every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto through our Playoff Pulse campaign. Let's grow our global community. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell, and join the action.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Playoff Pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders to boost our impact. So subscribe now and be a part of this incredible movement. Holy Mackinac! Let's show SickKids Hospital we're here for them. Join us today.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
Period is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. Pretty sure a lot of that product's being consumed in my house. I'll be on cleanup duty right after the game when I get home. Face-off coming. Leafs trail 2-1 in the hockey game. Lead 3-0 in the series. Had a great chat yesterday with a dear friend of both of ours, W.W. Waters himself.
How's Wilbur doing?
Wilbur's doing great. Yeah, he listens to us all the time and doing fine. Draw won by the Leafs. Riley punches it off the boards. It gets out at center ice, but the Senators have it at their own blue line. Shabbat being hounded there by Yarncrook. The puck comes back to him, and he gets it to the line, but it's stolen. Here's a chance for Lorenz down low. Lawton in front of the net for Lorenz. Big save made by Ullmark. But the Leafs' fourth line doing a great job again here tonight. Played down into the Toronto end. Stolarz to the near side to Brandon Carlo. He gets it ahead and down into Ottawa territory. Ullmark has to wait, and Sanderson will take the puck from him. The communication between Stolarz and his defenseman is really remarkable. Drop pass here and a wrist shot wide of the Leaf goal. Puck is down into the near corner. No one can get to it. Then a shot by Sanderson grazed the side of the net. Puck down into the corner and around back of the net. Chipped along the boards. Marner unable to get to it. Neither could Matthews. Three Senators in there, and Matthews hammers his man to the boards, and now Marner plays it around back of the net for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who banks it but doesn't get it to Nyes. Kept alive by Ottawa in around back of the goal, trying to play it back to the point. It comes to Sanderson. D to Zub. Zub wrist shot in traffic block. Big rebound. Cleared to the line and out. Nyes racing after it. Nyes beats his man. He's got a breakaway. He's in a goal. Scores! Holy Mackinac! The big kid just blows by the Ottawa defense to tie the game at 2s.
Leafs were hanging on in their own end. Ekman-Larsson's clearing attempt got kept in, but the Leafs are able to poke it away as Matthew Nyes knifes it. Marner was the one that sort of flashed at it to get it outside the Ottawa line, and then Matthew Nyes simply outraces Zub and Sanderson. Was going to draw the penalty, but Nyes coming in on Ullmark goes backhand, forehand chip over the right shoulder under the crossbar to tie the game at 2.
Ralphie, he not only now here's a loose puck into the Ottawa zone that went wide. He not only outraced him, he out-muscled him badly. Senators get it out at center ice. Now tied at 2s. Giroux. Pass knocked out of the air, but grabbed off there by Cousins. Centering pass deflects wide, and the Leafs Nylander fails to get it out. It bounced over his stick. Giroux gets it into the corner. Centering pass is going to bounce and come all the way to center ice before Shabbat shoots it right back in again. Stolarz let that go, and Tanev has it now back of the Toronto goal. Ran into a couple of forecheckers, got some help from Tavares, and then Tanev is able to play it out at center ice. Senators will shoot it back in. Stolarz traps it back of the goal. Nicely played into the corner. Nicely played up on the left wing. And nicely out of the zone come the Maple Leafs. The communication between the defenseman and Stolarz is wonderful. They're letting him know where to go with it. He doesn't even look for a defenseman. He just plays it to whichever corner he hears his name being talked about. Played around the boards and into the near corner. Leafs in the offensive zone with Pacioretty sending it behind the net. Bobby McMahon to Domi. Little bit of room. Played it in front. Pacioretty couldn't get it. Neither could Benoit. And the puck is sailed all the way down into the Leaf end. And Stolarz gets it over on the near boards. And Oliver Ekman-Larsson gets it right back into the offensive end. Marner into the forecheck. Sanderson taken to the boards. Puck goes free. And it is Gaudette getting it ahead out at center ice and chipped in over the line. Ridley Gregg goes into the forecheck against Carlo. Carlo played it away into the near corner. Domi unable to finish it off, but it bounces on a pass back towards the blue line all the way back into Ottawa territory, forcing Shane Pinto back to retrieve it. Leafs 2 and the Senators 2. Down into the corner in the offensive zone for Ottawa. Pinto taken off the disc by Matthews. Matthews to Nyes. Nyes back to Brendan Carlo. Carlo to his defense partner Riley. Lead pass at center, and Nyes is in over the line. Bowling his way into the corner, dropping it off for Marner. Shot was off a skate in front of the net. I think it hit Shane Pinto. Looked like it might be going in. Matthews can't get to it to Marner. Played out and down into the Toronto zone. And the Leafs are going to get a break here with an icing call.
Boy, Mitch Marner had a great opportunity, but the puck just bounces away from him. Ottawa's best chance in the second period here has been a goal post. They had on a simple 2-on-2 rush where they were able to execute and get a shot off. But overall, Joe, they've had one shot on goal here in the second period. The Leafs have had 6. And, of course, it was Matthew Nyes that scored on one of those 6 to tie this game up at 2, but 16-11 the shots overall for the Leafs.
Face off in the Ottawa zone, 7:15 to go in the period. Face off was scrummed, but the Senators get it out into neutral ice. Tanev right back in over the line, missing a hit there was Pontus Holmberg. Here's a shot taken by Nylander that hit a skate, and the Senators are getting it out at center. Holmberg just missed. He would have been crumpled if that had connected. Tanev to his defense partner McCabe, backhand pass out at center, off a skate to Tavares, and he'll rip it into the offensive zone. Nylander unable to get to it. Senators have it in the near corner, and Jensen plays off the boards to center. Intercepted there by Lorenz, and Yarncrook drops it back for Morgan Riley. Pass at center to the near wing. Flipped in again by the Leafs. How confident is the coaching staff on this fourth line and its ability to check as the Sens get it out? Stützle in over the line with a pass that deflected off a skate and went wide. Around the board, Stützle with it again. But to the point it comes. Played off on the left wing side. Chabot a shot. Great play by Brendan Carlo. He took Drake Batherson and moved him about 8 feet from nice position A in front of the net to position B, which was halfway up section 319.
I think if you Google boxed out, you're going to see that video pop up.
It is a 2-2 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
The first 2 days of the NFL Draft are in the books, and SiriusXM NFL Radio is your place to be for conversation, reaction, and a full recap of every single pick, which teams made the best selection so far, and which diamonds in the rough are still available for Day 3. They're talking about it on Channel 88 and on the Sirius.
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Make sure to hit the like button and so you don't miss out on our content.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just telling the chat to like the video.
You telling everybody in the chat to hit the like button?
Yeah.
Nice job. Can you guys please hit the like button? This kid's awesome. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under Review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
CarPlay via the iHeartRadio app. TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
For Matthew Nyes, that's his third goal of this playoff, which ties him with John Tavares now for the club lead in that department. Mitch Marner drew the assist. He leads the Leafs with 7 points in the series. Nyes chopping at the puck, but it hit a body, and now it's down into the corner in the Leaf zone. Nyes digs it out, now just lifts it high and gets it out into the center ice area. Senators get it back into the Toronto end. Riley goes after the puck in the near corner. Got it freed up, and Nyes is skating it out at center, but had it knocked off his stick. But Tavares is racing after it. Does a nice job against the defenseman to clear it in along the boards, but no support there for him. And it's brought out at center now by Jake Sanderson. Sanderson dropping it back. Wrist shot by Ridley Gregg was harmlessly wide. And Tanev now goes to his defense partner, and McCabe gets it ahead. Nylander with skating room to his liking in on the right side. Sifts to the middle of the ice on his backhand, dropping it back. Here's a chance for Jake McCabe trying to center, and it was intercepted there by Jensen. Leafs after it, and it's sent around the boards to the point. Just trapped by OEL to keep it in. Round back of the net, Nylander tracks it down. Willie in the near corner, trying to get away from the checking of Stutzland did! And a wrist shot taken by Pontus Holmberg went wide of the goal. Nylander again with a shot. That was deflected wide. Domi back to the point. Along the boards and around back of the goal, but out of the reach of a Leaf. Played again into the corner by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and Jensen for Ottawa will try and settle it down. Senators get it out at center ice and into the Leaf end. 4.5 minutes to play in the second period. Leafs have scored to tie the game at 2s. Sens missing a hit there was Pacioretty on the forecheck. Perron gets it out. On the right wing side it goes. Here's Montepallo with a shot that was knocked away. Leafs have it back of the net. Benoit unable to make a pass. Batherson lost it. Benoit regains it. Can't get it to the line. Now he does get it to the line, and the Leafs get it out at center, and it's knocked down into Ottawa territory. Bobby McMahon trying to play it along the end boards, trying to get his stick extracted from the checking there. The puck comes free, and the Ottawa Senators get it out at center. Batherson sends it high into the far corner. 17-11, the shots on goal favoring Toronto as the puck goes off the glass and into the screen and out of play.
Just doing a quick look here, Joe. Brady Tkachuk doesn't seem like he's been on the ice a lot, has he? Does show that he's hit double digits in ice time at 10:29. Hasn't been noticed.
No, well, a lot of things that aren't told, right? It is a 2-2 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Touchdown. Great catch. Give me a high five. 5 minutes later. Interception. Awesome play. Give me a high five. 2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2-for-1 Pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant, never mind. I'm hungry.
High five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium one-topping pizzas for just $5 each.
2-for-1 pizza. 2-for-1.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
All right, we have an announcement to make here on the show. We just got a donation to SickKids Hospital on our page. Mark Duffney, Thank you so much for the donation. Everybody, let's get that wave going. There it is. He started it. Leafs, but just those pink hands. Get that wave going. Let's go. We got to get a goal here and take the lead before the start of the third period. Come on, buds. Let's go. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that donation to SickKids Hospital. That is, that is the coolest thing I've ever had happen in my life, is that I get notified on my phone while I'm watching the chat that somebody donated to our page on SickKids Hospital. It's so exciting. Let's get back to the hockey. Go, Leafs, go!
To 1 in this period. And the draw one by Toronto in the defensive zone. Cleared to the line. And it'll be punched out at center ice to Scotty Lawton, who launches it high towards the net. Bouncing into the corner. Sanderson got it up on the wing, but the Leafs pinch. As it's Lawton keeping it in there to Yarncrook. Yarncrook along the boards. Lawton got it free. Now taken down along the boards, but it's poked up on the wing. And Stützle starts out at center along with Tkachuk. Played in over the line. Around back of the net. Reversing the puck there was McCabe. Now it's scrummed back of the goal, but Tanev is there. Tanev on the wing, and Yarncrook gets it out and deflects it down into Ottawa territory and gets a change started. Carried back the other way by Tyler Kleven. Kleven in on the left wing from an angle. Doesn't get it past the shin pad of Tanev. Puck comes around to the far point. Kept in over there by Jensen. And Jensen's pass goes into the corner harmlessly. And the Leafs send it out, but well past Marner. And that's going to turn into an errant pass and an icing call here against the Maple Leafs. I don't know, as I've mentioned the officials. Peter McDougall officiating his 5th ever playoff game. Jean Hebert is the veteran there. Tyson Baker and Scott Cherry are the linesmen.
We're all even when it comes to the power plays. Leafs will probably, the way this game has gone, be saying that's okay with us. They've given up a power play goal and a shorthanded goal in this game to Ottawa. Down 2-0 late in the first period. The battle back, 5-on-5 goals to tie it.
2:40 left, and Nyes gets the puck out at center and one hands it down into the zone, and the big fella's rumbling into the corner after it. Got it around on the boards for Marner. Back to the blue line. Riley keeps it in with a shot, and that was deflected wide of the goal. Senators get it back out at center. Brandon Carlo to Riley. Riley shoots it in once more. Down the boards, and Nyes crashes into his man there, but the puck comes free, and Gregg comes to center and sends it down into the Toronto end. Riley reversing the puck there to get it into the corner. Marner trying to dig it free. Got it back of the net, but here's Pinto trying to get it in front. Intercepted by Matthews to Nyes. Nyes to Riley. Riley will get to the line with a long shoot in on Ullmark as the Leafs are changing again. 1:50 to play. Now a pass intercepted there by Pontus Holmberg, but he couldn't free it up to find Nylander. Back come the Senators, and Pinto shoots it down into the Toronto end. Oliver Ekman-Larsson back of the net for Benoit. Played up on the wing for Nylander. Chipped out and down the ice. It was just now icing waved off by the linesman.
Boy, Zub took his longest possible route to get there.
Well, that was probably it, yes.
Yeah.
Leafs get it in over the line. Nylander couldn't get to it. This is a delayed offside. It is going to be blown dead by the linesman. Minute 17 to go. Batherson and Lawton. Scotty Lawton's getting underneath some people's skins in this series, isn't he?
And yet with the scrums, he's disinterested.
Nope.
He's just
playing when the clock's running, boys.
Yep.
Playing while the clock's running. Come and get me.
Which a lot of times will irritate the opposing team even more. It's like, you can't quit now.
No. You just sandpapered me into the boards. Can't you at least respond? Nope. Wait till the drop of the puck, though. I'm right here for you.
They have been good again tonight.
They have.
You want to call them the fourth one?
You know what? I'm doing that in a celebration. I really am. They have been that and everything.
The third line, the ice time's been about even.
But these guys are on late in periods, defensive zone face-offs. Puck around the boards to the far side. And midway through the season, the fourth line never took a defensive zone face-off if it could be avoided.
Well, and there are a lot of different combinations, too.
Yep.
Third and fourth line.
Absolutely. Here's Jensen. Dropping in the Ottawa zone for Stützle. Stützle will shoot it in. Stolar's out of the net, back of the goal. Hurt his defenseman. It was McCabe. Got it into the corner. They get it back for Tanev. He has ample room and time and launches it high to set her off a glove. Now it is brought right back in again by Stützle. Stützle on the far boards. Still with it as he works back to the blue line. Had it knocked off his stick, but he is able to keep it in. Tanev against the boards, frees it up. Scotty Lawton gets it on the backhand, but didn't get it by Stützle. Kept alive now here, and the shot is deflected wide of the goal. Rebound now to Chabot. A shot knocked down in front. All kinds of Leafs there boxing out, and Tanev has it now as the Senators are changing. Dozen seconds left in the period.
Boy, and that's after a rare mistake by Scotty Lawton, who tried to lob it out in the backhand, couldn't get it elevated enough.
Out at center ice, played into the Ottawa zone. We'll go to the third period of Game 4. The Leafs trying to sweep the series and have tied it on a goal by Matthew Nyes in the second period after 40, tied at 2.
We said you had to say that the best opportunity Ottawa had in that second period was a shot that went off the goalpost. Only one other was counted as a shot on goal, as the Leafs outshot the Ottawa Senators 9-1. And one of those 9, Matthew Nyes on a breakaway, tied the game up at 2.
Nyes is third from Marner at 10-12 is the scoring play to talk about for our second period intermission. As we send it off to Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart, you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stiller. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
All right, here we are, second intermission, and just like we talked about in the first intermission, Leafs kind of listened to what we said, so hey, we're right back into this one. 2-2, come on, we got to finish this off. We just got to get this series and finish it off. Let's get the brooms out. Let's get this ready. In light of that unbelievable donation that we just got from Mark Duffney, thank you so much for your support, Mark, of Toronto Sports Insider and SickKids Hospital. My goodness, the donations that you've made over the year or so that we've been doing this now have been an absolute amazing help. Just like there's a whole bunch of others on the list. And thank you all for donating to SickKids. It's time to play that video from them. Hit it. We'll let that run and then hop it right back into the intermission.
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids and SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis, so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer, using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you.
Man, that video makes me want to run through a brick wall. Maybe we should show that to the Leafs before the third period. Let's go. Come on, Leafs fans. Let's get loud. We're getting ready for the third. Let's just end this series now. Come on. Who gets the goal for the Buds? Let's put this home. I like Mr. Roboto said, I cannot do overtime. Me nerves. Can't handle them. No, we're not doing overtime tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right, love it. There you go. Walking beyond borders. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that comment. And yes, man, SickKids, it is amazing. And that's what I'm trying to shed the light of SickKids Hospital through all of these playoff pulse campaigns and the Bracket Mania campaign through March Madness, the Football Frenzy campaign during the NFL playoffs, right? All of that, because when you're talking about SickKids Hospital, it's not just Toronto. Those of us in Toronto have all been impacted, I'm sure, or at least know somebody that has been. But man, oh man, the amount of work that they're doing around the world and what that hospital has done in its history of 150 years, absolutely insane. So wow, thank you, and go Leafs go. Let's get back to the third period. Come on, Buds. Let's get fired up and let's get the broom out and start riding that broom. Let's go for a ride. We'll see you back in the chat.
We see the shot attempts. Obviously, Ottawa's leading them, but Toronto's just taking time and space away. They're sticks and lanes. They are blocking, but it's not like they're diving head first and trying to, block it with their face. They're just playing tight-knit hockey, and it's working. And, say what you will. You're Ottawa. You're fighting for your playoff lives here, and you're giving it your all. And then you go and you take a look at the stat sheets in between. It's one shot on net, and you're like, we're playing well. So the results aren't there. It's really tough to focus on the process when you're not getting those results, but they just have to continue to do that. They're one shot away in the third period, but Toronto, all they had to do is, sort of sort out the specialty teams battle. They did let the shorthanded goal in. The power play wasn't clicking. They got through the 4-on-4, but once it started settling in 5-on-5, getting all four lines involved, that's when they start to take over the game and their talent starts to sort of seep through and dominate the Ottawa Senators.
And so this is what the Leafs do. They methodically go about their business. And I don't know if methodically is the right word, but they have that structure. They don't panic. They're able to tighten things up. What was the adjustment between the first and second period? Because obviously Ottawa had some space in that first period.
I think those penalties, right? The second half of that first period, you got into penalty troubles every, 3-4 minutes. And what that does, it disrupts the rhythm of the whole entire group, right? You have to, you have guys that are penalty kill guys and power play. And again, those third and fourth line guys were sitting for extended period of time. So when you get through that and get the third line out there and the fourth line, who's had another great night tonight, the rhythm of the game just sort of settles in. And, we use the boxing term with, before, but they're almost like not Joe Frazier. I was going to say George Foreman, just chopping down the tree one shot at a time, just boom, a little shot, body shot, and then eventually the tree just falls over, and that's what they're doing. They're just slowly, methodically. That's the perfect adjective to describe methodically going about their business, and they just find a way to sort of take advantage of when their opportunity opens up. And Nyes, I'm not saying that's a nothing play, but to sort of have that, the wherewithal and the knowledge that, hey, now's the time to go for a skate and bust through. Like, that is a big game play by a big game player. So if I'm Ottawa, I have to come out again. It's guys, we need 15 shots here. We don't care if we're shooting it from the blue line, catching it in the bench and throwing it on the net. You got to find a way to crash the net, get volume. That's the only way I can see them, getting the win tonight.
Well, let's talk about energy. I mean, if you're going to start like Ottawa did and then be pushed to the outside like the Leafs did to them in the second period, what do you have left?
Yeah, it's like, the bully in school. You got to knock them out with the first shot. If not, you're probably going to continue to get bullied. So I think for Ottawa, they're not playing bad. They are not playing bad in any sense of the word. And, not saying as a coach you sort of run out of things to say, but it's just you got to wait for that opportunity and you got to make the most of it. And, we've seen in games past, Tkachuk score a couple third-period goals. And, again, I think he's been a little bit quiet tonight. I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a little bit more added urgency. But again, it's not what they're not doing. It's just Toronto with this system and this structure and this, most importantly, the prepared and sticking to the system. It's a tough team to beat when they're dialed in and playing this consistent style hockey.
Very noticeable is the Lawton line with Lorentz and Yarncroke. They're doing a nice job out there, aren't they?
They did, and they did the ISO cam on, who was it, Yarncroke, and he looked like a young Jeff O'Neill. Remember, he had the blood dripping down his face with the Band-Aid. So I think he's got a couple more rounds and a couple more shots to the face to get to that point. But, that's not phasing him, right? He doesn't have the full bubble on. He's playing playoff-style hockey, so it's starting to seep through the rest of the group. But the fourth line's been great, great catalyst. They're not just out there killing the clock. Getting in on the forecheck, sustained pressure, creating opportunities, getting pucks to the point, crashing to the net, being tough to play against, and they're sort of softening up, the defensive scheme for the top two lines to come out. So again, they don't have a moniker yet, but I think it's the third, fourth line. I think that's what it is.
That's right, yeah.
Right? That's a good moniker. We'll trademark that with the S-Guy Chopper, and we'll start selling some T-shirts tomorrow.
Oh, we'll put a streamer behind the S-Guy Chopper with that on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Cover all bases. Thanks to 2-2 Leafs and Senators after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus and we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite.
Oh, man, there you go. Ryan, dude, thank you, man. I appreciate it. There you go. Here's Tom. There you go. Sarah's right here. They hijacked me. They were asking me questions about tomorrow's plans and which kid's going to which sports event and all that. So, yeah, hey, Ryan, I love it, man. I did make it happen, and I knew it was possible there when we had just a few people on SOP once we saw those streams starting to go out, and I'm like, man, this is going to happen, and absolutely amazing to see what we've done here, and thank you to this amazing community. My goodness. Sarah says thank you, too. There you go. Look at this. Steve A in the chat as well. There you go. There's Sarah. I love it with her Chicago Fire hoodie on. There's the soccer guys. See what I mean? MLS soccer with TFC. I almost went to the game today because Sebastian Giovinco was at a meet and greet before the game at BMO Field with Darcy Tucker. Two of my favorite players of all time. Now let's get to the third period. Come on, Leafs fans. Let's go. Let's get fired up. We'll see you back in the chat.
Tickets at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
Red and white. It runs through the veins of everyone who calls our country home. It brings us closer together, no matter where we are. This spring, patients across Canada need you to give a little red and white. Canadian Blood Services needs 450 new blood and plasma donors every day to fuel Canada's lifeline. Let's get Canada's blood pumping. Book an appointment today at blood.ca/450.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go to town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Earlier today, Lightning 5-1 over the Panthers. Florida now has a 2-1 series lead. After that game, it was the Golden Knights 4-3 in overtime. Barbashev got the goal over Minnesota, and that series is tied at 2 and getting set to start in a half hour. Stars in Colorado against the Avs. Dallas has a 2-1 series lead. In our game, 2-2, Leafs and Senators after 40 minutes of play. Oh, yes, guy, the third period is next. Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey, TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
All right, there we go. Now I've got the there it is. Hold on, wait a minute. The dog got Johnny's here and everything. Oh man, we just got another donation, and so I had to put it up here on the screen. Guys, back up. The camera's up there. Stay back here. Thank you to Bradley Martin for the donation to SickKids Hospital. We really appreciate it. Man, this is so cool. Let's keep it going. If you want to add your name to the list here and get a shout out during the intermission or in the post game, every single donation will get in here. Thank you. It is amazing. What we're seeing here compared to what we saw last playoffs, absolutely insane. Dude, you know you're going to be taller than me soon, I think. So just enjoy it down there. Stay down there. All right, let's get back to the hockey. Third period ahead. Let's keep the Sens down there, little brother of the Battle of Ontario. Let's keep it that way. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. And hey, get her done, Cambodia. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us and finding our channel. Still in commercial break. There you go. All right, Sonia Santos. Thank you for hanging out with us and firing up that chat. This is awesome. There's Dagger as well. Man. All right, Leafs Nation. Are we ready? Are we ready for the third period? Are we ready to put this series in the bag? Let's get the brooms out. I need to get the broom. I'm going to get the broom and refill my water. Go Leafs, go.
It's on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Tell your smart speaker to listen to TSN 1050 everywhere you want it.
We head to the third period with this game tied 2-2, and the Leafs trying to sweep aside the Ottawa Senators in 4 straight games and give themselves probably the better part of at least a week, maybe longer off, depending on how long the series is going to continue for Florida and Tampa Bay.
Yep, and from a Toronto standpoint, you got to look at this and say, hey, we got to drop the hammer here. We got to get out of this. We can't. You go back to Toronto. Let's not forget, 2 overtime games already. One of those flips, and this game takes on a whole
different perspective.
Meaning. Yeah, it's a 2-1 lead. So from a Leafs standpoint, you got to come out and much of the way they played in the second period. I thought they were the better team offensively. They were more aggressive. They only give up a single shot. They have 9 on their own, and Matthew Nyes was able to tie it. But from a Leafs standpoint, this has to be your let's seal the deal here. And, they may get Ottawa at some point trying to cheat, trying to push to get that extra goal. We have talked, especially in the last couple of games, the Leafs in games 2 and 3 combined have given up 7 third-period shots and only 1 in overtime. So game 3, 2 shots against in the third period. And, that was game 3. Game 2, they only gave up 5 shots in the third, but the tying goal was on the first shot of the third period with about 5 minutes left in regulation. So they went a long stretch without giving anything up. But the Leafs really have to make sure there's nothing for Ottawa to get excited about in this game.
Matthew Nyes tying the game on a breakaway that he just simply bowled and just implanted his will on Artem Zub. And off the roof of the net. Puck is dropped. We're underway as it's back down into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley, a bank pass played by Nyes. He couldn't get it out. Riley tries the other side and will get it to Brandon Carlo. Carlo up the boards and it goes off a stick into Ottawa territory. Senators taking it back behind the goal with Shane Pinto running into traffic. Nyes back of the net for Matthews. Matthews trying to come out with it. Shields it, gets it back to Brandon Carlo. Carlo will send it back from whence it came, but it doesn't get to Nyes. Cut off there by the Senators and played out at center ice by Sanderson, but an errant pass is going to be taken to safety again by Nyes, who one-hands it back to his defense. Carlo returns to Riley. Riley gives it off to Willie Nylander. Nylander circles in his own zone. Backhand pass to center, looking for Pontus Holmberg. That didn't connect. Now Tavares is able to come up with a loose puck and played ahead to center ice, and Tavares with a little room now to gain the zone. Works in on the right side, bulls his way to the side, comes out in front. Couldn't get a forehand on the net though. The puck is brought out by Ottawa. Cousins works down the right wing and into the zone, looking for a man as he gets to the slot area. It goes off a stick and trickles into the goal crease, where it is smothered by Anthony Stolarz to bring a face-off. Tavares bowled his way out of the corner, but he couldn't maintain the puck on his forehand.
What happened was, even coming over the line, Brady Tkachuk took Willie Nylander right at the boards, right at the Ottawa blue line. And John Tavares looked up and said, wait a minute, nobody's challenging me. So he took that all the way down the right wing boards into the corner and then bulldozed his way to the front of the net before having him knocked off his stick.
Face off in the circle to the left of Stolarz in the Toronto zone, won by the Maple Leafs. And it is Oliver Ekman-Larsson getting it air-moiled out at center ice. And now Yarncrook trying to chase it down, but he won't get there. It'll be an icing call. We'll do it all over again in the Toronto end. And you have to think that if there is a lot of pressure, it is certainly in the Ottawa bench.
Well, especially, you get the 2-0 lead. You've seen that disappear. And it's been the pushback from the Toronto side in so many situations like this that I think that's where, for Ottawa, you're trying to believe in the moment.
Draw won by Ottawa. Chabot sends it well wide of the goal. Bouncing puck knocked in back of the Toronto net. Benoit able to come out of the near corner with it. Skates it up the left wing boards. And he gets it ahead. And Scotty Lawton shoots it in. Down the wall comes Lorenz to get it around on the far side. Yarncrook was interfered with. It comes to center ice. The Leafs have it back in their own end. McCabe getting it ahead, but it is pushed back of the net by Lorenz to Tanev. Tanev gets it on to Marner as the Leafs are in the midst of a change. Marner waiting for teammates to come over the boards and gets it in over the line. Matthews had to go off his stick into the corner. Down into the near boards and Nyes back of the net now for Marner. Marner coming up in front of the net, a shot. Nyes had a rebound chance, but it was knocked away, and it's rolling. Icing against Ottawa, and that will bring back Tyler Clevin, who had gotten himself a nice end zone seat on the bench.
Well, the Leafs' first line is starting to come, aren't they? Well, the one thing, going back, and I don't mean to always look at the doomsday side of things, but in these, I believe the last two series where teams have come back down 3-0, Game 4 were overtime win.
A hit there by Pacioretty flattens one of the Senators on the far boards. And now Riley starts up the left wing to play it in off Pacioretty's stick into the offensive end. Chabot chased hard there by Bobby McMahon. Gets it to Nick Jensen. Jensen gets it out. And the Senators trying to get in over the line, and they do. Perron into the slot with a weak backhand steered wide by Stolarz. On the far boards, Brandon Carlo is knocked down. It comes up on the wing, and Pacioretty slowly to center, trying to flip in on the left wing for Bobby McMahon. McMahon takes it into the corner. McMahon against the boards, can't come out with it, and it's around back of the net. Jensen plays out at center ice. That got by everybody, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson goes back in his own zone. Ahead for Tavares. Tavares drops for Benoit. Benoit drops unintentionally for Tavares. His feed for Pontus Holmberg, though, was out of his reach. And the Senators have it at their own blue line. Jensen to his defense partner. Brought on by Clevin. Can't get into the Leaf end as it was deflected over on the far side by Holmberg. And it goes into the bench and out of play. Same lineup the Leafs had for Game 3, meaning Max Pacioretty replacing Nick Robertson. Pacioretty certainly demonstrating that the physical part of the game is still very much a part of his repertoire.
Yeah, and, especially at this time of year, right? Where it may not be the need to score a big goal. It's the big hit, the big forecheck that gets the cycle game going in the offensive zone.
Lawton, Yarncrook, and Lorenz for Toronto. Shot into the Toronto zone. Played into the slot for Lawton. Up on the boards. And Yarncrook gets it out at center ice. Off on the right wing side, Nick Cousins shoots it back into the Toronto end. Tanev reverses the puck along the boards. Trying to chip it free is Lawton. Played up on the wing, but it won't clear. Shot in traffic, knocked down. Puck still in the slot area, but a good job done by Yarncrook to tie up his man. Now Tanev getting it to the boards. Lorenz got it up on the wing, but couldn't get it out. Now the Leafs have it around back of the net with Tanev. And Tanev, running out of real estate, gets it to the line, and Lorenz chips it down the ice, but it'll be too much. Icing will be called. And the fourth line has to do a job in its own zone again. The faceoff coming in the circle, I believe, to the right of Anthony Stolarz. We'll wait and see where the official is. Hey, I saw Jermaine Franklin during the intermission. He was in this just off the studio here. He's one of my favorites. Does a great job on highlights and everything. I criticized him about his tie. It was very inappropriate. Very inappropriate.
Sure, he's a big fan, too.
Well, he's a big man. I don't want to get him upset with me. Face off to the left of Stolarz. .15:40 to go in the third period. We're still tied at threes. Leafs get it off the boards, but Sanderson knocked it down. Here's pass back of the net for Tanev. Chipped ahead. Yarncrook couldn't get it out. Puck back into the corner. Round back of the net it goes, and now here's McCabe just getting it airmailed into center ice and down into the Ottawa end. Yarncrook will provide a little bit of forechecking before he heads to the bench. Senators Zub gets it in over the line. Backhanded in around back of the net. Carlo thought better of going after his man, and it was a good decision as he blocks a pass. Then a shot from the point whistled wide. Kept in by Zub on the right wing boards. Along the boards, Matthews trying to get it back on the wing, but it goes around back of the net. Riley and Carlo after it on the far wing. Carlo bumped there by Sanderson, but Marner against the near boards to Riley. Back of the net for Carlo, a little bit too far. Can't push it up the wall. Senators with a good forecheck going here, but not getting clear-cut quality chances. Leafs finally get it out. Stützle has it back at his own blue line. Stützle in over the line on the left wing, trying to go wide against Benoit, and Benoit would have none of it. Takes his man heavily into the corner. Puck goes to Nyes, but he can't get it out. Played around the boards into the near corner. The Senators getting a change going. Zub is pressured. It goes back around to the far side. Kept alive on the far wing by Dylan Cousins. Cousins back of the goal, had it knocked off his stick. Leafs can't get it up on the wing to get it out. Nylander, or at least Marner, unable to get it from Riley. They battle along the boards. Puck does come free. Marner down low. Plays in front of his own goal, and Benoit trying to lift it out, had it blocked, and a wrist shot goes wide. Good pressure here from Ottawa, but they're not getting any chances as yet. Here on the left wing side, Shabbat. That shot, that got through, and goaltender Stolarz had to make a save. Nyes finally gets the puck into Ottawa territory and gets a change started, but the Senators are right back in. Good hit by Benoit to stand up. I believe it was Stützle, and it is shot down the ice by Toronto, but it'll be on goal, and the Maple Leafs will get a change completed. Pontus Holmberg over the boards as well.
A couple times this game, the Matthews line has been caught out in some long shifts. Just survived another one there.
Long lead pass. Oliver Ekman-Larsson to Carlo. Played off on the wing. Trying to get to it is Pontus Holmberg. Tavares works it up on the wing, but can't play it ahead, but now does to Carlo, who gets in over the line. Carlo down into the corner for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg trying to get it back to Brendan Carlo, but the Senators have gotten it deflected out at center ice. Jake McCabe right back in again for Willie. Nylander into the slot, closing, still with it, shoots! That stuff, there's a rebound in front, and it was knocked wide into the far corner. Dangerous play there. Now brought in over the line by David Perron on the backhand. Stopped by Stolars into the slot, a shot, scores! Perron deflecting it in. Senators take a 3-2 lead.
Comes right after the Leafs' best opportunity of the period. Willie Nylander takes it to the net from the high slot. Shot doesn't get through. Senators come back the other way. And after the first shot is stopped by Stolars on the backhand, Ottawa doesn't relinquish the puck. And eventually, I mean, this is just a tap in, a nice play for the middle of the ice to David Perron, who once he had the backhand chance, Joe, continued behind the net and came out to the left of Stolars. And Artem Zub picks the puck up from the blue line. High slot, gets it right back to Perron, who just tips it into the empty side and breathes life into the building in Ottawa.
So the Senators have a 3-2 lead. Played down into the Ottawa zone. To the line, not out. Leafs are able to keep it in. First time the Senators have had 3 goals in a game in this series. Rink-wide pass. Domi trying to get to it, dotted in across the line, but his dive to try to free it up there for Bobby McMahon put the rush offside, so it'll be brought back out into the center ice area. Senators lead 3-2, 11:56 to play, third period. This is Game 4 in Ottawa. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 in the Maple.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is financial.
What's up, hockey fans? Thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight. Now is the time of the show for you to let us know where you are watching from in the chat. Speaking of which, where's Tom? Tom!
I'm right here, Dad.
Oh, good.
And I also wonder where you are from, just like my father.
So let us know in the chat what city and province in Canada, city and state in the United States, or all over the world, where you're watching from. And thank you for hanging out with us and participating in the chat. Now let's get back to the hockey.
We'll see you in the chat.
Go Leafs, go!
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs trail by a 3-2 count here in the third period as the Ottawa Senators attempt to stave off elimination. Mark Grimes sent me a note to inform me that Scotty Lawton and Max Domi both played lacrosse for Mimico. Oh, you got that going for you.
Brendan Shanahan did that?
Yes, he did. And Mark's down in Ottawa. Brought on by Lorenz. Wrist shot off a stick and it went wide. Karams to the far boards. And it's to the line but not out. Keeping alive, Lorenz barges in on the wing. Got it into the corner for Yarncrook. Lawton trying to free it up on the boards. Lorenz hovering around out in front. Lawton around back of the net. Trying to bull his way in front. Turns it through the blue paint. No one can get a stick on it. Kept in at the point. Morgan Riley back to the defense on the far side. Brendan Carlo's wrist shot didn't make it through. Good pressure here from the Maple Leafs as one of the Senators has broken his stick. That is Tyler Clevin. The puck along the boards. The Leafs get it freed up. Lorenz couldn't get it back to the point, though. And it is Giroux skating to the red line and just sending it into the Toronto zone. Good shift for the Leafs' fourth line again. And I put the fourth in quotation marks as Riley sends the pass way up at center for Nyes. Nyes trying to chip it free and does for Marner, but Marner overskated it. Cleared off the bodies and out at center ice. And it is grabbed off there by OEL up on the left wing. And one of the Nyes was being pinned to the boards inside the zone by Zub. And how's that not interference, says Matthew Nyes.
Especially if it put him offside, right?
Well, yeah, the puck had gone all the way to center ice. And Nyes couldn't get out. And Zub just had his arm draped over the boards at the bench, holding him offside.
Of course, the referee did come over and say, hey.
Stop that. Not nice. So Zub has been prominent in this game. His pass was a dandy to set up the go-ahead goal here in the third period. Benoit getting it ahead, and it's launched high on a bounce in off the goaltender Olmark into the corner. Tavares against the boards. Now Bobby McMahon on this line with Tavares and Nylander. Played down into the Toronto zone. Benoit drives his man into the corner, and that was Batherson. Back of the net, Tavares. Off on the wing for Nylander. Nylander starts out. Got the pass ahead. That is down into the zone, but it misfires. Goaltender plays it around the wall, and it's going to come all the way back out at center ice. Tanev and McCabe will shoot it right back down into Ottawa territory. Olmark left it back of the goal. Senators work it up the boards. Matthews trying to keep it in. Did. Marner on the near wall trying to reverse his field. Got it back to the point, but it got past McCabe, and it comes out at center ice. McCabe back for Matthews. He mishandles the puck. Played to the line, but stolen back. Matthews in on the left wing. Back checking diligently there with the Senators to break up the rush. And it is Gregg trying to get it down into the Leaf zone, and he does now to Amadio. Amadio dropping it back, and Austin Matthews back checking there diligently. Took that away from him. Leafs break it out with Morgan Riley to center. Up on the right side for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg into the slot, and he couldn't maintain possession there as it's cleared out at center ice, and David Perron trying to get in over the line. Couldn't. Domi, one hand's in for Morgan Riley. Wrist shot is gloved eye high by Olmark, and he will stop play with a face-off coming in the Ottawa zone.
I don't know if there's a stat for it, but Pontus Holmberg may be one of the league leaders in almost great plays. He's had about 3 of those tonight where he almost beat a man to get into a great scoring chance, but had it knocked away.
8:57 left, third period, 3-2 Ottawa. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
Joe and Lucy needed a new roof and reached out to Alpine Credits. I flew over to help them with a home renovation loan. I suggested they transform their house into a giant robot head, beams that shoot from the eyes. Pew, pew. Instead, they just went with shingles. But it's pretty glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Keeping your winter tires on in warm weather is like wearing a parka at a picnic. Drive over to your friendly Canadian-owned and operated Meineke Car Care Center for spring tire changeovers starting at just $59.95. Spring-ready packages start at just $49.95 with an oil change.
What's up, hockey fans all over the world? Wow, this chat is just on fire. Unbelievable. From all over the world, we've got the map feature. Click that link that I'm sending out in the chat. Check out our awesome new website, and it'll put your red dot on the map, and we'll replace that subscriber thing there. But Joe and Jim are back on the call. Come on, buds, let's get that goal.
Breaks the 2-2 tie as the Senators are trying to stave off elimination. Gaudette drew an additional assist on the goal. Puck in the Ottawa end. Centering pass, broken up. Tavares got it in front. The backhand by McMahon went wide. He gets it again. Bobby McMahon coming out in front of the goal crease. Tavares swept at it, and a great save made by Ullmark. That's his best save of the game right there. Maybe of the series.
Well, and that was all positioning. He was just down on the butterfly, and Tavares swatted at the loose puck. Stützle, by the way, getting the headlock on John Tavares, pulling him back. But a good power move by Bobby McMahon to get it out to the blue paint. But really for Ullmark, this was just, it was shoveled into him because Tavares was so tight.
Interesting decision. McMahon moved up here.
Yeah. Well, I think we said, I know they scored the goal at the end of the first period. Tavares did, but 5-on-5. For the most part, the Tavares-Nylander combination has been very quiet in this series.
Long pass out at center, and it's played down into the Toronto end. Tanev going back with McCabe trying to help out. Tanev got lifted off his skates, and McCabe pins Tkachuk up against the boards. Brady Tkachuk trying to get it free, and it comes around to the near side. Jensen can't shoot it at the net. Cut off there in the corner, and it is played up on the wing, but cut off. And then the Leafs intercept a bad pass and send it ahead. And here's Nylander in over the line. Shooting! No, he just missed that near post. And a big hit there as Pontus Holmberg is able to come back and break up a rush. Not sure who delivered the hit. Was that Benoit?
I think it was Benoit.
On the boards. Tough when the camera pulls away after a big hit to follow the play. You can't really tell who delivered the big hit. Back into the Ottawa zone it comes. Clevin takes a hit. The puck comes to the side of the goal. A backhand in front. Oh, great chance for Pacioretty is thwarted there by Ullmark. Leafs are pressing with 7.5 minutes to go. Carlo gets it out at center. Domi couldn't get in over the line. And the Senators are regrouping the puck. Sanderson for Zub. Zub got it ahead, and it's backhanded by Zetterlund into the Toronto end. Morgan Riley turns it up ice. Got it ahead for Matthews. Matthews in with Marner. A pass in front. Nyes had to go off the heel of his stick. Senators don't get it out. Riley, far side, and a drive is blocked. Senators trying to play it ahead. Broken up at the defense. Marner back checking, and it's cleared into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley and Nyes up against the end boards. Dug out by Gregg. Couldn't get it in front. Back to the point it comes. Shabbat in along the far side. Gregg back to Shabbat. Wrist shot coming. That is off the mark wide. Pinto back along the boards. Amadio to the point. D to Jensen. Jensen into the slot. Tipped into the corner again. Leafs down there as it goes around back of the net. Gregg to the point to Shabbat. Shabbat can't shoot it at the net. Tried to angle it into the corner. Backhanded to the line, but Shabbat is there again. Into the slot for Pinto. A shot wide. Rebound near side. And a glove save trapped by Stolar.
I don't think that was going to be on net either, Joe. As Leafs continue to get opportunities. Nylander off the rush. Pacioretty on a bouncing puck. Holmberg just kind of threw it to the net. Oh, and yeah, get another look at that. Ullmark just appears to get his glove on the Pacioretty attempt. Still fluttered up in the air and towards the goal, but was knocked down in midair by Clevin. In behind the Ottawa.
That was going in.
Yeah.
Leafs win the face-off in their own zone. Punch it out into neutral ice. Nylander couldn't come up with it. Tavares gets it back. The Leafs organizing in their own end. Benoit for Bobby McMahon. Got it ahead. Nylander and Tavares can't get in over the line. Benoit circles back. He has it to his defense partner in a long lead pass. Onto the left wing for McMahon. Drops for Tavares. Tavares trying to come to the net. He does. That was stopped. The rebound back to the point. McCabe keeps it in. Nylander in the near corner. Still with it across ice pad. They score! OEL! OEL! Off the rush. Comes in from the right point. And Nylander spots him. Tie game 3-3.
Long talk during the regular season about lack of offense from the defense. Well, Ekman Larsson opened the scoring in this series, and he has tied it up, sneaking down from the right point. And Willie Nylander, great vision to look up from the boards to the right of Ullmark, to the face-off circle, to his left. And Nylander delivered the perfect pass. It was Tim Stützle that got caught watching and didn't pick up OEL going to the net. And the Leafs have tied it.
There's McCabe into the offensive zone, around back of the net. In front of the goal it comes. Lorenz with a shot. That went over top of the goal. Lawton back to the point, to the side of the goal. Shot by Ullmark, or by past Ullmark into the corner off the stick of Järnkrok. Puck along the boards in the neutral zone. Lorenz takes a hit but gets the puck in deep. And back after it is Tyler Kleven.
What a couple of smart plays, though.
Yeah.
Nylander and Ekman Larsson as well.
There's 4:37 left to play in the third period. We are tied at threes in game 4. Puck along the boards, pushed ahead for Pacioretty. He's unable to muscle it out, but he has it up against the boards. It comes back to the point, and a shot taken by Chabot went well wide of the goal. Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Jensen keeping it in. Back of the net, it comes to the side. Up on the wing now for Pacioretty. He's going to get it out, and it's rolling on edge. Down the ice for an icing. I have to suggest Craig Berube is going to have words with Mark Savard again.
You're a little too excited on that?
Well, he almost jumped on the ice. he was onto the bench and in full flight. And I thought, this isn't going to end well.
Hey, Ottawa still, though, since the end of the first period, have only had 4 shots on goal.
Pacioretty gets it out into the center ice area, and Stützle goes back to retrieve it.
Leafs have outshot them 15-4 since the end of the first period.
Stützle backpedals off to Sanderson. Changes for Ottawa. Sanderson works to the red line and fires it in. Round on the boards, it'll be pushed back into the corner to Tanev. Round the wall it comes to McCabe. Up on the boards, and the Leafs are out into neutral ice again. Played in over the line. Nyes will try to pressure Sanderson. Sanderson reverses the puck for Pinto. Pinto gets it ahead, and a lead pass gets the Sanderson in over the line with a long shot. And the stick of Tanev elevates that easily up into the screen and out of play. The Maple Leafs have tied the game on another defenseman coming in off the far side, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson makes it 3-3. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Today on the Catholic Channel, we invite you.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Leafs game. Now that we've got your attention, Tom has something to say.
Make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the bell for some notifications for all the streams that we have on TSI.
You know it. If it's a Toronto sports game, we're live. The Maple Leafs, the Raptors, the Argos, TFC, Blue Jays all summer long. Thank you so much for becoming an insider and hitting that subscribe button. Now let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go!
Hey, kid, smile away.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under Review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Play TSN 1050 everywhere you want it.
Leafs 3, the Ottawa Senators 3. With 3:25 to go in regulation time in the third. Leafs win the face-off. Pushed out at center ice then by Lorenz. Matthews unable to get to it. And now here's a change as the Leafs have it back in their own zone. Tanev facing back after Batherson. Has him up against the boards. That scrum continues. The puck is dug out by Scott Lawton, who was on this line or in the midst of a line change as Lorenz couldn't get it in over the line, and it's cleared back down into the Toronto zone. Matthews might have just been out there taking an extra shift, too.
Yeah, who was it? Yarncroc who was not out there?
Yeah. Lead pass at center. In over the line, too far, goes around to the far corner. Sanderson had it blocked, kept in by the Maple Leafs off the boards. In along the wall, Tavares unable to get it in deep the first time, does the second. Nylander got high stick there by Zub without a call, and the puck comes up on the left wing side, and it is played in over the line by Tkachuk. Into the corner now for Stützle. He was bodied as OEL couldn't come up with the loose puck on the far side. It comes to the point. Long shot wide of the Leaf goal. McMahon just getting it out at center and down, and it's going to be covered up here by Zub with Nylander hovering around, and then Nylander gets a real impressive nose-to-nose discussion there with Jake Sanderson. Ooh, that was scary. Weren't you frightened? I was scared.
I'm not sure what kind of clever line you can have with that either. I mean,
and you, of all people, for you to suggest that, I do not believe it for a moment. You would have had something.
No, I can't imagine what he would say. I would have got punched in the head.
Minute 58 to go. Shot down into the Toronto end. Morgan Riley swinging it around the boards. It'll come to the near side. Nyes has it under control and plays it out at center. Matthews trying to come in and a pass from Marner that just failed to connect. Now Zub trying to work back for Ottawa. Got it out at center. Leafs are able to intercept, play it back in. Nyes will pressure. Round back of the net. It comes to the near corner. Shabbat dropping it back for his defense partner, Nick Jensen. Jensen down the right wing boards, shoots it in. Around the wall, it'll come to the far side. Let go by Tanev. Grabbed off by Domi, and Max comes to center. A pass in on the left wing for Pacioretty. Pacioretty carries it to the slot. It rolls in front of the goal, and Domi took a swat at it, but it was knocked into the corner. Senators get it back into the Toronto end with 1:03 to go in the third. Are we headed for a third straight overtime game? Tanev dropping it back. McCabe has it back of the net. 48 seconds to go. Waiting patiently for the fourth line to come over the boards. Puck at center ice. Backhanded in now for Lorenz. Lorenz gets his man to stumble, has the puck along the wall, trying to get it back to the point, and he does. Oliver Ekman-Larsson a shot. That's blocked. He gets it again. Into the slot again, and a wrist shot was wide. Lawton looking for a puck. Back to the point again. Near side, OEL. Larsson trying to get it into the slot. Gives it to Scott Lawton, a pass in front, and Lorenz couldn't deflect it. Back to the goal it goes. Lorenz with it again. 12 seconds left. Oliver Ekman-Larsson for Yarncrook. Yarncrook shot off a body. 5 seconds left. Centering pass doesn't work. 2 seconds. That'll do it.
Well, back-to-back games, it was Ottawa that scored third-period goals to tie it up. This time they enter the third period even. Ottawa takes the lead.
What a
That's
shift.
Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who almost orchestrates the winning goal before the end of regulation, but Ekman-Larsson jumping down from the right point and taking the pass from Willie Nylander from the far corner, and one-timing it past Ullmark, sending it to overtime. And what I liked about this game, the Leafs got better as it went on. And I think, Joe, is now we quickly look at the shots on goal.
Five in the last 2 periods for the Ottawa Senators.
They gave him a fourth one?
They gave him 2 in the second period, I believe.
No, only
one
in the second, 3 in the third.
All right, 3 in the third. All right.
Yeah, so what is it, 16-4? Leafs outshot them?
Yes.
In the last 2 periods, which is pretty telling. Leafs did not come out sharp, but certainly got better as this game has gone on, which means absolutely nothing going into overtime.
Goal comes at 14:31. Oliver Ekman-Larsson's second of this postseason from Nylander and McCabe to send the game to overtime. Jim Taddy, along with Anthony Stewart, working overtime, along with Cameron Moore and Alex Mandarino here in the studio at TSN, and it is a 3-3 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+.
There we go. All right. Enough of the commercials. We'll just do it again. Let's do it again, Leafs fans. Oh, look at this. Now I got the subscriber thing back there because of the map being... Oh, man. I'm all messed up. Jeez. Get out of here. All right. There we go. All right. We got another donation in, and I have to pin that chat right here. Everybody go check out Walking Beyond Borders. A new channel. Check it out. They just put up an awesome post and donated to our Playoff Pulse campaign with SickKids Hospital. So cool. As an American living, as a Canadian living in America and an American citizen as well, because my dad. But yeah, we, I understand that. That's awesome. USA and Canada, that's a beautiful thing. Let's get to the intermission. Go refill the cocktails, the milk, the water, whatever you got. The juice, the pop, anything. I've got to put the right donation up, though. I think I have the other one, and it doesn't fit. See, it's all messed up. All my stuff is messed up here. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here and be quiet. We have to prepare for overtime. The Leafs score. We're done. We take it home. Well, either way, we're going home. But if Ottawa scores, then we'll do it again in Game 5. But I have to say, this year, this team, unbelievable resolve in this game. In a game that you're down and already up in a series 3-0 that you've controlled, yet gone to overtime a lot. I think we're ready to get the goal. So I'm going Mitchell Marner in this one. Mitch Marner gets it done. That's my call. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to get the OT winner. And let's get ready to cheer and get loud so our buds can finish this series. Thank you for the awesome super chat and post, or not super chat, the awesome SickKids Hospital donation. They're Walking with Borders. Please go over there and sub to their channel. They've got like, what, 200 subscribers over there? They're just about to hit 200 subscribers. So let's help them get over 200 subscribers. I remember being at 200 subscribers. I do. Very, very, very well, actually. Yeah. And I still know what it's like because my soccer channel, which we might end up doing some of the other Playoff Pulse games on Sons of a Pitch Soccer Central. Because, yeah, that's part of the stuff that I was talking about earlier. But anyways, go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Let's get that goal. Let's just end this thing. Come on, Leafs.
When booking with... We're Canadian, don't you know?
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on. TSN 1050, and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Onto the left wing for McMahon. Drops for Tavares. Tavares trying to come to the net. He does. That was stopped. The rebound back to the point. McCabe keeps it in. Nylander in the near corner. Stillweather across ice pad. They score! OEL! OEL! Off the rush. Comes in from the right point. And Nylander spots him. Tie game 3-3.
And that's where we stand after regulation. Ottawa and Toronto tied at 3 on to overtime. And before we get there, Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, both goals were kind of weird in that there was zone pressure and zone space. First of all, the Ottawa goal, that might be the worst the Leafs have looked in their zone in the whole series.
Yeah, it started with a counter punch, obviously by Ottawa. Toronto almost scoring on the other end, and Zub sort of getting lost on the change there. And great play by him. He gets the pass out from the corner there, and instead of just firing it coming down Main Street, he throws a little area pass for Perron to score his first. And remember at the beginning of the show, we were talking about, he's been awfully quiet, Perron, but he's got great playoff experience and playing some great hockey. But what a response by Toronto, just sticking to the system. And, the one thing I forgot to mention when they talk about the system, it may take the last minute of the last period to work. Oftentimes we didn't believe it until it worked. So,
right, that's right. Yeah. Oh, that system. Yeah.
Yeah, but even tonight, I'm like, again, I wish I had, the stamina to sort of tweet about it. I knew they were coming back. I'm sure you had that same feeling. It just felt like we were going to overtime. Another great play by William Nylander. Great patience, similar to the assist he had on the Riley goal in Game 2. Just patience, protecting the puck and then firing it cross seam. What an amazing pass, but even better release by OEL, just getting it off. So anyway you dice it, it's been an amazing series. Third game in a row going into overtime. It's too tough to call, but I'm excited to watch. I'm a fan for this overtime period coming up.
Yeah, you and me. When you watch Nylander on an ISO shot, you could actually see him slow the game down, can't you?
I had to remind myself, was that a 5-on-4? It was like almost he had a power play, right? And the one player I remember that slowed the game down like that was Datsuk and Evander Kane, where you were afraid to challenge him because he can turn on a dime and make you look really, really silly. But again, sometimes he does have some quiet shifts and periods, but he's the quietest guy till he's the loudest guy in the building, and he was the loudest guy on that play there.
Just a quick thought. So the Leafs have outshot Ottawa in the last two periods 16-4. That's fairly impressive, isn't it?
The system is clicking, and it's a master class in team defense. It's almost as if they have a Zamboni driver in their net. I'll finish on that.
No, don't go there. Oh, Guy. Thanks, Stu. Tied at 3 at the end of regulation. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus and we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Jan owns a home and a restaurant fusing French and Mexican cuisine. But she is fusing no more because her ovens have gone kaput. She called Alpine Credits, who sent their speedy superhero. With her business loan approved, her ovens were quickly fixed. The hero even had some of her poutine nachos. Yum! Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
The bugs are back in town. Ovo by Cirque du Soleil. The classic everybody loves. With new characters, new staging, and new mind-bending acrobatics. You don't want to miss this one. Ovo, playing May 1st to June 28th at Lakeshore Boulevard West. Ovo thanks its presenting partners Sun Life and official partners Air Canada and MasterCard. Tickets at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
Red and white, it runs through the veins of everyone who calls our country home. It brings us closer together, no matter where we are. This spring, patients across Canada need you to give a little red and white. Canadian Blood Services needs 450 new blood and plasma donors every day to fuel Canada's lifeline. Let's get Canada's blood pumping. Book an appointment today at blood.ca/450.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go out of town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Earlier today, Tampa 5-1 over Florida, and that means that Florida's series lead is now cut to 2-1. Golden Knights 4-3 in overtime over Minnesota. That series tied at 2, and getting set to start. It hasn't started yet. Dallas and Colorado against the Avs, and our game tied at 3 at the end of regulation. Oh yes, the first overtime is next. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey continues on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, it's James Duffy for McAlpine Ford in Aurora. The best sales and service you will find anywhere.
Jimmy, step aside.
Oh, what are you doing? I'm recording the commercial.
I chatted with Peter at McAlpine. He wants a new voice. He loves the needle mover idea.
But this is my thing. I'm the McAlpine guy.
Beat it. It's my time to shine. Hey, come visit Pete and his team at McAlpine Ford in Aurora. Visit McAlpineFord.com. Tell them the O-Dogs sent you.
And James, too.
Take a hike, Jimmy. It's O-Dogs time now.
Touchdown. Great catch. Give me a high five. 5 minutes later. Interception. Awesome play.
Give me a high five.
2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high fives?
All right, it's time to give a quick shout out to all of the insiders that are here right now in game number 4 before overtime, while we have 3,522 people in the chat. We're getting ready to start overtime. I'm going to shut up. Hit that subscribe button. Let's go. We were at, look at this number. This is absolutely insane. And of course, I'm just going to keep talking because it's still got commercial, but we're not going to miss any overtime, and we still have plenty of time for that. But look at this number right here. I'll take my hand out of the way. 16,444 insiders 365 days ago. I'm telling all of you out there, no matter what your dream is one day to do, go get it. Go chase it, because you can do it. I'm just an old man dad of 4 that loves Toronto sports and the Leafs, and I'm doing it. Go Leafs, go. Let's go get that victory. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping us grow this awesome community and help SickKids Hospital continue to change the world every single day. SickKids Hospital is the reason why I'm alive and the reason why this hangout right now for all 3,500 of us exists today. Thank you, SickKids Hospital. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Let's go get that goal and that broom. Go Leafs, go!
In this series, and we were reminiscing about 1993 and the run to the Stanley Cup for the Montreal Canadiens, Ralphie.
Yeah, you know, obviously, if you're a Leaf fan, it was the Dougie Gilmour, Felix Potvin, Wendell Clark era, Dave Andrechuk as well. But the Montreal Canadiens went into that playoff. I believe they had lost 6 in a row in the regular season, lost the first 2 games to the Quebec Nordiques, won in overtime. Scott Young scored for Quebec. And then Montreal reeled off 10 overtime wins on their way to a Stanley Cup win. And from that point, they were down 2-0 in the series to Quebec. They would only lose 2 more games, so they went, 16-2 the rest of the way. But 10 of those wins coming in overtime. The only one they lost in extra time was the very first game of the playoffs.
That's something just absolutely astounding. Well, we're going to overtime here for the 3rd straight game. And the Ottawa Senators are facing elimination. And the Toronto Maple Leafs trying to sweep them aside with their third straight overtime win.
Seen it in Toronto where you have that goal against that ends the series. And that just the shock the building. Last time that happened, a couple of years ago against the Florida Panthers. Of course, we all still know the shock of seeing the Boston Bruins score in overtime in Game 7.
Let's not bring that up. All right, Leafs to the left, Ottawa to the right. We're ready to go, and the puck is dropped, and we're underway. Here's Sanderson. A pass off his stick goes into the Leaf zone. It bounces and played up on the wing, and Marner gives it off to Matthews. Matthews flips it in off a glove, and it's grabbed by Artem Zub and played up on the wing at center, but stolen by the Leafs and brought back in by Nyes. Nyes into the slot, doesn't shoot it, holds it off, got it back into the slot for Nylander. Nylander down the boards, runs out of real estate, but gets the puck back. Nylander around back of the net. Nylander still with it. Tavares was checked in front of the goal, and a shot coming wide. Tavares is just getting up now, but no call from the official. John Tavares gets to the bench and is hunched over, but appears to be all right. But the Sens send a shot wide of the goal. It comes to the left point. Shabbat keeping it in around back of the net. Tip to Yarncrook, who plays it back into the corner. A shot from a sharp angle went wide. Rebound to the line and just kept in, and now to Chuck. Back of the net, centers! And it was knocked away from Dylan Cousins. Leafs don't get it out. Canham trying to reverse the puck back of the net, but it's cut off by Cousins. Cousins trying to center, had it blocked. Far side, Senators with a shot, down is Stolars, and he's got a hold of it. I want to see the John Tavares hit.
Yeah, he was down a long time in front of the net, and not so much taking him out of the play. Yeah, it was going to run into Zub. I don't know if...
Bit of an elbow right to the mouth. That was a...
Yeah.
Wow. And no call.
Away from the play, so obviously neither official saw it, or if they did see it.
Johnny's just seeing it for the first time on one of the tablets back at the bench.
Yeah, he's already felt it.
Yes. Leafs win the face-off, but the good news is he appears to be all right. Long pass ahead. Nyes gets in over the line. Works into the corner, into the slot. And the pass was intercepted, and it's brought back the other way by Amadio. Michael Amadio in over the line, dropping it off with a pass into the slot, and it was knocked wide of the Leaf goal, and it's punched out at center ice. Nyes to Matthews. Matthews going wide, in with a shot. That's caught and held by Ullmark.
Well, Ullmark looked like he fought that off, didn't he? Rather long range, but Matthews a little toe drag. Got it past the defenseman, but that was from between the blue line and the top of the circle. And Ullmark had to move blocker side, far side to be able to knock it down. But
Matthews was hoping for a rebound off the blocker as Nyes was going hard to the net. 2 shots on goal for Austin Matthews tonight. Face off in the circle to the right of Ullmark.
Tavares not out on this line with
Nylander, Domi, and a pass in front, deflected off his skate, and it went just wide. Pacioretty is out there with Nylander and Domi, so some line juggling being done here by Leafs coach Craig Berube. Back of the net, Morgan Riley to Brendan Carlo. Carlo gets it up on the wing for Pacioretty. To the red line, and in it goes. Around the boards to the far side, gobbled up there by Nylander. Trying to come to the front of the net, and it was blocked. Nylander getting it around on the boards. Nylander into the slot. Pacioretty can't get a shot away. Senators are going to get it out at center. Shabbat in on the left wing. Played around back of the net, gobbled up by Nylander. Nylander works up the left wing boards. Gets to the red line, backhands it in. Bouncing in on goal, Ullmark leaves. Stützle will turn back in his own territory. Tim Stützle waiting for teammates to swing. Got it up on the left wing. Brought to center by Tyler Clevitt. Pass intercepted by Benoit. For Callan Yarncrook. Sent into the zone. Lorenz will provide forechecking. Almost stole that pass back of the net. Sens get it out. Puck stolen back by Toronto. Oliver Ekman-Larsson got it ahead. And it's down off a stick into Ottawa territory. Played up on the left wing and out at center it comes. Zub getting it down in over the line. Broken up by the Leafs, but kept alive there on a play by Pinto. And now Marner takes it around back of the Toronto goal. He's looking up ice with a long lead pass. Finds Matthews to center and across the line on the left wing where McMahon and a shot. That is, where is it? Somewhere underneath the pad of Olmark, and he's going to hang on to it. That was a little dangerous.
Yeah, he was searching, wasn't he? We know Bobby McMahon's got a great release. And that was a little backhand pass to the left wing boards.
Well, it was on top of the pad, I guess, yeah.
And McMahon, I think, obviously, well, actually just under the skate.
Under the
Olmark, yeah.
Yep, that's where it
but
was.
I think Bobby McMahon probably learned from Simon Benoit last game. Overtime, get it to the net.
Get it to the net. 3 minutes and 42 seconds, which is longer than the previous 2 overtime games. Up ahead for Tkachuk. He'll shoot it into the Toronto zone. Down the boards along the wall is Riley. Lost it. It's centered in front. It comes back to the point. Here's a chance for Jensen to get it off on the right wing, and a shot is deflected easily into the near corner. Nylander can't get to it. Oliver Ekman-Larsson rings it around the boards, but it won't clear. Kept in at the point by Jensen. Back of the net, Tkachuk trying to center. Blocked. Centered again. Blocked again. Leafs get it out at center ice and down into the zone. Racing after it is McMahon. McMahon into the corner. Played it around to the far side. Centering pass. That was wide of the net from Matthews. Tkachuk gets it out. Senators getting a change going. Send it in. Tanev around back of the net. And Tanev is going to get high sticked in the mouth. And if he can bleed, it's going to be 4. Senators are going to be a man short. They've scored a shorthanded goal, but the Leafs' power play has been dynamite in this series.
Well,
took his
right up. Yeah, this is Batherson trying to lift the stick of Tanev, doesn't come close. And from behind him and right in front of the referee, gets it right into the nose of the Leaf defenseman. We will see. Now Tanev is now coming over saying, look, boys, I'm bleeding. I think this is going to be 4.
Ottawa, number 19, double minor penalty. I stick it.
4 minutes. And the power play is brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru. So a double minor to Batherson for high sticking.
Saw this in the Colorado game where the Avalanche had extended time on the power play. And they ended up losing that game, Joe. You would have thought, I think it was, about 30 seconds left. It was a 4-minute power play called. Chris Tanev looks like he might have to go to the dressing room for some repairs. He's bleeding pretty good over the Leaf bench.
Draw to the right. Puck is dropped. The Leafs win it from Matthews. Here's Riley back at the point. Off on the wing to Nylander. Nylander looking in front, goes back to the blue line. Morgan Riley is there. I don't believe Tavares is on the ice. He isn't. Pass in front of the net. And a shot by Matthews went just wide. Into the corner, back to the point it goes. Riley from Nylander. Riley to Marner. Marner works down the right wing. Still with it into the corner, centering pass. Off a skate to Willie. Nylander against the boards. Trying to free it up, but it's stolen. Blocked on a clearing attempt. Marner keeping it in. Down into the corner it goes. Nice. Round the boards to the near side. No one there.
Now, I don't know if Tavares is still hurt from that play earlier in the overtime.
Here's Marner. Cross the line to Nylander. Closing. Still with it in the slot. Near side, a shot by Nyes was stopped by goaltender Olmark. Nyes to the point. Riley. Far side Marner. Near side Matthews. Top of the circle. Still with it. Dishes off to Marner. Fake shot. Still has it. Back to the point. Matthews once more to Marner. Pass down low, block. Rebound in front. Still free. They bang away at it. And it goes to the near corner. Matthews again. Down low. Willie trying to go to the short side and flip it in. Had it blocked. Back of the net. Centering pass. Stopped by by the Leafs, and a shot blocked there by Omar. Cleared finally by Ottawa.
Well, we have not seen John Tavares yet. And you wonder at this point, does Craig Berube call a timeout if they get a whistle?
Domi brings it to center. First penalty about to expire. Domi into the corner. Trying to get it away. It goes back to the net for Bobby McMahon. McMahon off the boards to the point. Played to the near side to McCabe. McCabe to the left wing side. Oliver Ekman-Larsson now to Domi. Domi back in front of the net. It comes back to OEL. OEL with a wrist shot deflected wide. Rebound to the Senators and shot down the ice. Stolar's leaving it there. Minute 35 to go in the power plays. OEL to center. Dropping it back. Nylander comes to the line. Left wing side. Nice. Can't drive the net. One hands it back to the point. Sent into the near corner, but there's no one there. Sens are going to get it out.
Oh, still no Tavares show.
Here's Pinto. Couldn't get a shot at the net.
I'm not sure he's on the Leaf bench.
Marner up on the left wing for Nyes. Played into the left wing corner. Nyes gets it freed up for Matthews. Back to the net for Nyes. Nyes battles for it. Puck still free. Nyes is going to get to it on the far wing and get it back to the point. Nylander at the right side. Over on the left wing. Marner holds. Far half board still with it. 44 seconds. Gives it to Willie. Nylander top of the circle. Still with it. Plays it down low for Marner. Back of the goal. Nyes is stationed in front. Coming out with a backhand was Marner, but Olmark able to cover up on it. And do you call your timeout now? But only 31 seconds to go.
I think you do. I thought at first maybe Riley was out because the Leafs had given up that short-handed goal earlier in the game. But now after John Tavares took the elbow from Zub early in overtime.
Oh, the backhand there by Matthews, or the forehand glances off the goal post.
Even Oliver Ekman-Larsson's opportunity just glanced off the shoulder of Allmark and over top of the net.
Timeout, Toronto. And the Leafs have, in fact, called timeout.
It really is one of those moments where you're saying you may never really get another opportunity in overtime to do this. 33-15 the shot, favoring the Toronto Maple Leafs. And since the end of the first period, the Leafs have outshot the Ottawa Senators 24-5.
Well, here we go.
Well, Matthews had the best opportunity in the.
Oh, did he ever? Yep. 31 seconds left in the power play. A 3-3 tie.
Huge face-off here. Nylander taking it.
Yes, he is. And he wins it cleanly, but too cleanly. It comes out over the line and into neutral ice. 24 seconds left. Riley dropping. Here's Marner to the red line. Played it in off the left wing for Matthews. Matthews went down into the corner after it. Back to the net, Marner. It's chipped into the near corner. Nylander blocking it. Can't get it in front. And it's shot down the ice by Ottawa, and that's going to do it for the power play. Huge kill of a double minor. And the Leafs do not get too many good chances. And now a pass in front for Yarncrook was just off the mark. Yarncrook can't get it freed up, but now Marner is in there after it. Marner back along the boards for Scotty Lawton. Into the corner for Yarncrook. Yarncrook bodied there by Stützle. Has it up against the fence. They continue to battle for it. Yarncrook continues to drag it free. Got it back to the point. D to D looking for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but it went off a stick. And the Senators get it to the line and in. On the wing, Batherson going wide. Sends it in front. Shot stopped by Stolarz. He's got it.
Boy, Simon Benoit, the hero of Game 3 in overtime, tried to go D-to-D with Ekman Larson, and the puck flipped on him and was easily picked off inside the Ottawa line, and that led to the odd man rush the other way. Sens throw it to the front of the net. Leaf defense do a pretty good job boxing out. The Senators still able to sweep it towards the net. Boy, Steven Lorentz got back and stopped the first one.
Yes, he did.
And then the second attempt almost snuck through the pads of the Leaf goaltender.
Face off in the circle to the left of Stolarz. 10:44 left in the first overtime period. Tkachuk lost the draw. Played back of the net for Tanev. Tanev gets it out for Lorenz. His pass intercepted by Tkachuk. He sends a long shoot in wide of the Leaf goal. Tanev reverses the puck for McCabe. McCabe got it up on the wall to the near side. Lorenz gets it air-mailed high to center. A glove pass, though, will be touched here by Tkachuk as Lawton stepped into him. That was a freebie. That was one where you go, you know what? If he touches this, I'm drilling him. And guess what? The whistle's going to go, and who cares?
Well, there was no signaling the fair catch, was there?
No, there wasn't. That was good knowledge of the rule book. We have not seen a pan of the Leaf bench.
John Tavares.
John Tavares is not there, I don't believe.
He's not been out since the first shift, and proof of that, Max Domi out with Nylander and McMahon.
Face off, control. Now, whether he's had to go to the quiet room because of the rules or not, but that was an elbow that should have been called and wasn't. Here the Sens in with a shot that is gloved by Stolarz, trying to drive in on the right wing with Zetterlund. And Fabian Zetterlund unable to beat the glove hand of goaltender Anthony Stolarz.
The third shot for Ottawa here in overtime. Stolarz just had one shot in the two previous overtimes combined.
So the face-off in the Toronto zone with 10:09 to go in this first overtime period. And the draw scrum, but the Senators come away with it. Gregg into the corner, going wide, trying to jam it out in front of the goal. There's a scramble on, and the puck comes back to the point. Sanderson shot it over top of the net. Nyes can't get to it. Zub keeping it in. Round on the boards, it's going to come to the near wing. Sanderson sends it to the net. Stolarz is there again to take it on the chest. Tense moment there for the Leaf defense on the scramble in front of the net.
Boy, Sanderson just this guy's got a pretty lethal shot. He's at the top of the left wing circle. Now, we got a break. Is this going to be one of these
scraping
the ice break?
I don't believe we have a commercial break in the overtime. I can't see. The boys are shaking their hands. No, in the control room here we can see them. Oh, no.
We're getting another
got anything exciting to talk about?
No, just another look at the elbow to the head, Zub on John Tavares. We said that wasn't called, but the Leafs did get 4-minute power play on a high stick. Drake Batherson on Chris Tanev. Leafs had some chances, but Ottawa battled, and Linus Ullmark made a couple of big stops.
Leafs had some good looks during the power play. Nylander a deflection, a scramble in front of the goal, one off the goal post, but unable to beat Ullmark. And then Stolarz has had to be good at the other end as well, and a lot busier than any other overtime that he's had this year.
A lot of scrambly stuff.
Hey, Johnny's back! Johnny Tavares back onto the ice.
I think you're right. I think it was a trip to the quiet room.
Yep. Takes a quick spin.
Yep.
Great news. So Tavares is back on the bench.
Fortunately, was not available
for the
the 4-minute
no kidding
power play. Although part of me still thinks, on overtime, get a defenseman out there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a horrible thing to have 4 forwards and at least one defenseman on the ice, especially once this lives them had already given up.
Coming from a former goaltender.
I always wanted 4 defensemen.
Yes. Puck down in the Toronto zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson got it to Lawton. Lawton got it to the line, but Yarncrook couldn't get it out. Now Benoit's been knocked down and was holding his head. And then Oliver Ekman-Larsson was knocked down by Tkachuk. The Leafs get it out on the wing. Oliver Ekman-Larsson can't get to it. Shot right back into the Toronto zone. Had a couple of cheap shots there from...
I mean, every time Tkachuk, you see somebody, there was a Leaf lying on the ice.
It was Tkachuk that was there. Leafs get it back under control in their own zone. Yarncrook gives it off to the defense. Brandon Carlo has it, or at least Oliver Ekman-Larsson has it back of the net. 9 minutes left to go in the first overtime period. Long lead pass by OEL, gets to center. Nylander backhands in over the line. Hustling in after it was Max Pacioretty, but it comes around to the far wing, and it's brought out by Perron to get it into the Toronto zone. Out of the net is Stolarz to play it back into the far half boards. That puck is knocked free. Leafs are going to get it up on the wing. Nylander needs to get it out, but he carries it back into his own zone. Round on the far side and now set out at center ice, and Pacioretty works in over the line to just flip it in. Brought right back again now by Sanderson. Sanderson on the left wing got it up and played off a stick into the Toronto zone. Stolarz will just leave it there this time, and it is Morgan Rielly back of the goal. The Leafs 3 and Ottawa 3. We are in the first overtime period. Nyes got it ahead, and Marner across the line for Matthews. Oh, he just grazes the far post, and it comes out at center ice.
Well, there was room there too, wasn't there?
Tanev left on the right wing boards. Gets it to the line. Nyes gets it in a little deeper. And Amadio turns back and sends it into neutral ice and down into the Leaf zone. Jake McCabe turning for Toronto. A pass ahead. Marner tried to get it in. Matthews is going to get it to the line, but not in cleanly. And now Marner sends it back into neutral ice, waiting for teammates to change, but gave the puck away. Then stole it back adroitly. Gets it ahead for Max. Domi on the wing with a shot. Oh, and Ullmark looked behind him, but it went off his pad and wide of the net. Here's McMahon to the point. Oh, Oliver Ekman-Larsson back of the goal. Domi too well covered. Pinching is Benoit. Domi after it as well. McMahon can't come up with it. And Shabbat will send it high to center ice. Bouncing wide of the Leaf goal, but no icing. Oh, I stand corrected. It was icing.
I'd still like to get a look at Leafs that ended up being befelled back in front of in their own end in front of Anthony Stolarz.
That go off the post?
A little earlier. Oh boy, yeah, Max Domi. I mean, he put it in that soft spot for a goaltender above the pad, below the glove, but Omar just didn't get a piece of it. Matthews line out here for this faceoff.
Draw to the right. Won cleanly by Ottawa. Rattled around the boards and out at center ice for Tkachuk. He's going to get it the rest of the way, and there'll be a change of players. Played by Stolarz out at center. Marner got it in over the line for Nyes, but out of his reach. He takes his man Zub to the boards with a punishing hit. Matthews couldn't come up with the loose puck. Brought on by Sanderson now for Ottawa. Sanderson with a backhand blockered away. That's turned over. Marner trying to come up with it with a nifty little move. Now bounces it in. Steered wide of the net by Ullmark. He's able to control that. He's got Matthews going with him. Sanderson with it. Back in his own zone. Got it up on the wing for Batherson. Batherson down the left wing boards and into the Leaf end. Left wing corner, stood up there. Puck comes free to Tavares. Johnny gets it up on the right wing boards and punishes it out at center. McMahon for Nylander. Nylander in over the line going wide. Can't get a shot, pulls back. Works the line. Nylander going wide to the left wing side. Stop to Benoit! Shot was blocked in front. Senators back in over the line though. Working in with a backhand pad save made by Stolarz. He lost his stick there for some reason.
That's twice in the overtime he's dropped it.
Sharp angle shot blocked there by Ullmark. Senators back in their own zone. Long alley-oop down to the Leaf end. Morgan Riley. Shoot it in wide of the Ottawa goal. Senators trying to play it out. They do to Cousins, and he'll just play it into the Toronto end. Back of the goal, Morgan Riley. Bank pass to the line, but doesn't clear. Senators keeping it alive. Shabbat goes to the net, but the shot went wide. Kept in at the far point by Matipalo, now trying to keep it alive. Into the corner for Cousins. Cousins back to the net. Perron trying to come out. Still with it as it comes to the point. Shabbat, far side. Montepallo, a shot that went high and wide. Shabbat keeps it in. Banked into the corner and back of the net. Cleared by Riley, but cut off. Gaudette works back towards the point. Shabbat, or Zub breaks his stick. Leafs have a bit of a rush chance here, but bogs down.
Boy, Riley's got to get that deeper.
Sens get it back into the zone. Sharp angle stopped by Stolars and cleared to center ice by Toronto. 4:10 to go in the first overtime. Jensen to the line. Broken up by Pontus Holmberg on the left wing side. Banding on the shot was Pacioretty. And the Senators get it out at center ice. Tkachuk plays it into the corner, but Tanev will get there first. Played around the boards as Tkachuk gave him a pretty good hit, but the Leafs get it to center. Pacioretty will shoot it in as he couldn't find the puck cleanly enough to get it ahead to Max Domi. Now Stützle to the Leaf zone. Goes wide and back of the net. Couldn't get it in front. Marner with some skating room to his liking. Comes out at center. He works to the line and in with Nyes, who takes the drop pass into the slot. A shot by Matthews. Rebound off the side of the goal. Matthews with it again. Sending it around to the defense. Trapped over here on the near side by OEL. Couldn't get it back of the goal to Matthews. Cleared to the line. Not out, I guess. Now they do get it out at center. Wow, that would have been... I think that's challengeable. An icing call here against Toronto on an errant pass. 3:02, and Austin Matthews coming very close to ending this one.
Matthews' line has looked dangerous at times here in extra time. Shots on goal have pretty much evened out, though. 9-6. Slight edge for the Leafs. Of course, they had the 4-minute power play that they couldn't cash in on, with the bulk of their opportunities there.
So, face-off coming in the Toronto zone. Matthews lost the draw, kept in by Shabbat. He'll play it around back of the net. Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Batherson fighting for it. Matthews adds support. Puck comes free. Benoit turns it back up ice. Benoit working down the right wing boards to the red line. Got it in over the line. Couldn't get it much deeper. Comes back at center where Marner has it under control. On the wing it goes. Working down the left wing boards, Bobby McMahon and around back of the net. McMahon taken to the wall. Puck is poked free, and the Senators are going to get it out into neutral ice. Brought forward now by Tyler Clevin. Clevin on his backhand, off the shoulder. That was a pretty good shot. Off the shoulder of Stolars. Comes to the line, not out. Long shot, scores! Jake Sanderson. A bit of a seeing eye shot from the point. And we will have a Game 5 in Toronto.
A lot of winning streaks end here with this Ottawa win as the Senators stay alive. And you sort of had that feeling, didn't you, Joe, that you're not going to score in a double minor in overtime. Like I said, Colorado went through that in their game against Dallas. Couldn't score it. Dallas came up with the winning goal. But here, Anthony Stolars has had his first human game in a long time. He wasn't terrible, but he wasn't outstanding. And Sanderson, puck comes around the boards on a ring around, and he's simply, this is just from inside the blue line, whips it towards the net. Well, this might have been deflected too, Joe. Now looking at a different angle.
Yeah, Stolars is going down, isn't he?
Yeah, somebody, I don't know whether it was a Leaf or if it was Zetterlund in front, but this might have hit Brandon Carlo or Zetterlund before going in past Anthony Stolars. But Usually the bulk of Stolarz would cover that up.
I think it goes off Carlo's hip. And the Ottawa Senators win it in overtime to set up game number 5, which will be on Tuesday night. So we will have that action for you beginning at 7 o'clock. Game 5 against the Ottawa Senators as the Leafs will come home to try and wrap up this series, as we've had 3 consecutive overtime games. This one ended on a goal by Jake Sanderson from the left point.
And the Leafs do outshoot Ottawa after the first period. They outshot Ottawa 26-12. But I think from a Leafs standpoint, Joe, it was really the start, right? You spot them a 2-0 lead. And the rest of the game's an uphill battle. They came back from the 2-0 lead, came back from a 3-2 deficit, but just unable to get the big goal at the right moment to finish this series off. So no series in the playoffs this year will be a sweep in the first round. And I told you this, the last team to sweep the first round and win the playoffs, Colorado Avalanche, 2021. Then you got to go back to Colorado in the early 2000s as the last team to do it. So maybe I wasn't going to bring that up had the Leafs won and swept, but maybe not the worst.
And the other thing here is an uncalled elbow to John Tavares keeps him off
the
ice, off that power play for the 4 minutes. And how big of an impact that had, we won't know. But he's been so good in front of the net.
And has certainly scored his share of big goals. And including a series winner.
Exactly.
For the Toronto Maple Leafs. So.
Well, we will ship it off to Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart for the post-game show as Sanderson sends us back to Toronto. Back to Toronto. We're still here in Toronto. Anyway, we'll be at Scotiabank Arena for the game on Tuesday night. We hope that you will join us then. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us at the 2025 NFL Draft.
The game evolves, so let's just start with the kickoff.
What we achieved last year, I think, was obviously... Man, those timings are off there. They keep cutting them off about 2 or 3 seconds before he's done there. But man, all right. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. I knew I should have never touched the broom. I knew the second I grabbed the broom, I was like, damn, nope. Whatever. It is what it is. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight. It was a lot of fun. The overtime lasted quite a while this time, so that was exciting. So a great night here on TSI. I will let the post-game run as always until our buddy Frank comes on, because it's a Leafs game, and then we'll send you to the Rockets and the Golden State Warriors game that's running right here. Go Leafs, go. We get to do it again, insiders. We get to do it again. Cheers to all of you. Thank you all so much for being here. Have a great night, everybody.
Time that you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Butch Navitz for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud, his first as a Blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
On TSN 1050. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And Ottawa wins 4-3 in overtime, late in overtime. Sanderson with the goal, 17:42. So 3-1 is the Leafs series lead. Game 5 Tuesday night in Toronto at Scotiabank Arena. Welcome to Leafs Game Night, the post-game show. Jim Taddy, former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you, and Jimmy Ralph kind enough to hang around. Ralphie, on that game-winning goal, it looked like Stolarz couldn't see it.
Yeah, there were layers in front of him, and looking at the one angle, I think it goes off Brandon Carlo, and it might have just glanced off his hip and gone far side, but I think it was one of those. Sanderson just got to the blue line to keep it in, and then throws it towards the net, and that's probably the hockey gods saying, "Hey, you remember Simon Benoit? Yeah, we're gonna try to even things up here." So from a Leafs standpoint, it's difficult when you spot the other team a 2-goal lead, and you got to play catch up the rest of the way. The Leafs, I thought clearly were the better team after the opening period. But when you're down 2-0, margin of error is rather slim. Unfortunate they lose Johnny Tavares early in the overtime. He's not available for the power play. But give Ottawa credit. They did mail it in and battled to live another day. And the Leafs have got to be careful because now the way they've got to look at it is just we got to win one game.
Yeah.
One game in Toronto, and guess what? Guess what the conversation becomes then? If we come back and make it 3-2, coming back home for Game 6. And if you're a Leaf fan, you're saying, we know what the conversation is.
Yes, well aware.
Only 4 shots for the Ottawa Senators the last final 2 periods of the game, but they did have 8 in the overtime period, and they sort of looked like shades of themselves where they just dominated the walls, getting pucks through and all that. So if you're Toronto, you got to be worried about that style of play that Ottawa played in overtime there, or is that just them playing desperate hockey with their lives on the line?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. I still go back. I think one of the times teams blew a 3-0 lead. Remember when it was Boston and Philadelphia, and I believe Marc Savard was on the Boston team, and Claude Giroux was on the Philadelphia team that was able to come back. I believe Game 4 in Philadelphia went to overtime, and the Bruins could have put it away. And as it turned out, Philly ends up winning Game 4 and goes on to win the series in 7. So I think the Leafs have to come out like they did in Game 1. Where they've got to come out and say, okay, we're done with this, as Craig Berube calls it, come out on our toes and dictate, the game like we saw for the most part in the final 2 periods, dictate start to finish and show. Because I know I saw the graphic before the game, Matthews, Marner, Riley, Nylander, Tavares, their record in games that could be elimination games.
Yeah.
And that gets worse with the loss tonight.
Absolutely. And let's go to the double minor. I mean, that's an opportunity that's hard to squander.
Yeah, and yet Colorado did it against Dallas. I think it was Mason Marchman took the double minor right at the end of regulation. And you think if that game's automatic that it's going to be over, that didn't work out either. So it is amazing, though. You get that opportunity, you don't cash in. You just got that sick feeling in your stomach that it's going to come back to bite you.
OEL scored tonight, adding to the tally for defensemen scoring. Now, defensemen have 5 goals this series. Is that an added bonus? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but Tuesday, like there's, you can go back over the years. John Drews, Chris Kontos. There are some names that are going to come up as coming up big when it comes to the playoffs, and usually it's you'll have your Gretzkys and you'll have your Sidney Crosbys and Ovies score big goals, but it is amazing how often when you get to the postseason, it's the unlikely heroes that come through for you. So I think it was a great play by Ekman Larsson. You remember Chris Tanev did it the last game of the season against Detroit, where it was the puck was in the corner and Tanev said, hey, you know what, there's 3 seconds left. I'm not doing much good back here, and just went to the net. And Ekman Larsson did the same thing, and great vision by Willie Nylander to put it over to him.
Ralphie, if you had to come up with the best Leaf, who would it be tonight?
That's tough. I mean, I think guys had, moments.
Nylander looked good.
Yeah, it was probably Nylander's most. I'd go along with that, Jimmer. Yeah. I think it was probably Nylander was his most noticeable. Obviously, losing Tavares for a stretch in overtime didn't help him. We did see him get double shifted at times during the game as well. So obviously, Craig Berube liked what he saw.
What a beautiful goal for Matthew Knies, his third of the playoffs here. He just seems to be scratching the surface of his potential, and he just seems to get better as the series get tougher and the games go by.
Yeah, and let's not forget he had the overtime winner in Boston in Game 5 to keep the series going. So that's why you go again. The opportunities you've got to put a game away or a series away, you got to take advantage of it. From a Leafs standpoint, I think. You hope Matthew Knies continues the way he's played, but you've got to hope that the Leafs come out and build that 2-3-0 lead the other way, and Knies would be a big part of it because, like I said, I remember you remember the overtime goal he scored in Game 5 in Boston last year that kept the Leafs alive and eventually got them to a Game 7.
Ralphie, what was your take on Stolar's performance?
I thought he was okay. To quote. Was that Ron Wilson's quote? He was just Randy Carlyle.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, he was. I thought he was okay, and that's not taking anything away with him. A lot of it, whether you want to call it market correction or law of averages, eventually he was going to lose a game, and I think if you said it, the first one had to be in Game 4 after winning 3, you'd take it. There were just some that usually he would stop that would be absolutely automatic. And, every goaltender is going to have one. Don't forget, remember Sergei Bobrovsky. Actually, Stolar's only appearance in the playoffs last year. Remember, Bobrovsky got shelled 8-1. I think it was in Game 6 in Edmonton. And, and Bobrovsky had the great playoffs. But you're going to have those games when you're going to have to try to battle through, and they're not always going to go your way. So, for Stolar's, it was... probably the most fair way to put it, Jimmer, is he was average, and that's a noticeable drop from what we've seen because he has been lights out before this.
I think one of the keys to success of last game was just sort of the balance of ice times, and I think in that power play, they probably looked a little bit tired, right? They think they've got a shot of Knies sort of keeled over there. Any concern going into Game 5 with their forwards, playing 28, 29 minutes, or you just got to ride your horses to try to close this series out?
Yeah, I think what helps is the extra day off, Stewie. We're not talking travel. Like L.A., Edmonton. You got a 45-minute flight home. So, no, I think they'll be fine. And if they can get through this, and like we said, there's a lot that this group still has to prove, not only to the fan base but to themselves that. They can put a series away when they've got the opportunity. I think this could end up being a good thing for them, where you say, okay, you don't want them to have 10 days off. You don't want them to have a relatively what looks to be an easy series, even though the last 3 games have gone to overtime. You kind of want them to be tested a little bit and see how they're going to respond after losing this game. And I think everybody will tell you that's gone on a long run in the playoffs that it's all part of the journey. It's you're going to be challenged a lot of times, and this should be a challenge for the Leafs.
Ralphie, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
We'll see you soon, boys.
Absolutely. Ottawa wins 4-3 in overtime over the Leafs. Leafs with a 3-1 series lead. And a note as we head out to break for Ottawa fans, Jake Sanderson, the first Senators defenseman to score in overtime in the playoffs since Dion Phaneuf, 2017, against the Boston Bruins. 4-3, Ottawa wins. This is Leafs Game Night at TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
This is the year Toronto will be marching the cup down our city streets, and Manicure Men's Grooming Lounge wants you to look and feel your best while you celebrate. Elevate your grooming game with manicures, pedicures, facials, wax, and laser hair removal. Check out Stark's Barbering at Manicure Plus 2. Book your appointment today. Let's party like it's 1967. Come in for a free men's express pedicure, manicure, and Manicure Plus. 4 locations in Toronto. Online at manicure.ca.
Leafs game night. Ottawa wins 4-3. Welcome back. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, let's go over this. I'm going to throw a couple things at you. What I didn't like from the Leafs standpoint is shorthanded goal in the first period. You're down 1-0. Elimination game can happen. And the 4-minute power play in overtime, that's a gift. I mean, I just don't, I think I could understand that without Tavares, it's a bit of a problem, but, your series is on the line. It's not a playoff game. It's an elimination game on both fronts. I was a little disappointed that way.
Yeah, and going back to the shorthanded goal against, we'll try to get our stats department to take a look on it. Rarely do you win games when you let a power play goal for against and a shorthanded in the first period, let alone the whole entire game. So they were playing catch up the whole entire game. But again, this is a team that bent but didn't break, and they found a way to get back into the game. John Tavares scoring with a minute left in that first period, followed by the great individual play by Matthew Nyes going end to end and roofing it home to tie the game. And Perron scores to make it 3-2, and then OEL with 6 minutes or 5.5 minutes comes in to ties it. So the one thing I noticed going into that power play, they were double shifting the Matthews line. They were getting out there. They were tired. So I'd like to maybe see a little bit more of an opportunity for that second power play unit to get out there just to sort of manage the breath and manage the energy. They were tired. So that's the one thing I'm concerned about now going into Game 5. Yes, it's playoffs. Guys are going to be injured, banged up, bruised, tired. But again, just a bit of personnel management, getting somebody out there. But Ralphie made the perfect point. It's a different power play look without John Tavares, who left the game temporarily. And you saw a couple misplays there on that power play. I think Riley sort of shot it into nobody there. You saw Matthew Nyes sort of chip into the corner. They were just sort of discombobulated without Tavares out there, and that was probably one of the main reasons why they didn't really have sustained pressure. They did get 6 shots. Matthews did have the game on his stick. You had Matthew Nyes for a one-timer opportunity as well, but they just looked tired. And that's where Ottawa took advantage. Maybe that depth department, right, and lack thereof. So the good thing is, Ralphie talked about it. You don't want to just go in with a false sense of security and you're going to sweep and you're sitting around for 10 days and now you hit the Florida Panthers or Tampa Bay Lightning and you're down 2-0. It's a good test. You come back at home, you get a couple days off, and you have an opportunity now to sort of put Ottawa back on their heels with a good start to that first period. So if I'm Toronto, I'm a little upset, but it's the next game. You got to have the next game up and just focus on that. But that start is very, very key for me if I'm Craig Berube and the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, and then look, Stu, we're bemoaning the fact that the 5-forward power play unit wasn't around when needed. I mean, that's a major bit of growth for us, isn't it?
It is, and I'm trying to think. Did McMahon maybe fill in sometimes during the year when they went to 5-man unit? If there were some injuries, or McMahon, I'm not too sure. McMahon or Domi, but again, you got to be prepared. Guys got to step up, right? You've seen OEL elevate and score some big goals. Riley's had some big goals this series. So, whether or not you have the 5-man unit out there for the game, you practice. You practice this essentially every day, and both units go out there. And there's other guys that aren't on the power play that do practice power play. So everyone knows the routes, everyone knows the plays, and it's just up to somebody to elevate. But for me, they just look tired. They look tired because they were double shifting, triple shifting. And I'm looking at the ice time, 25 minutes, 28 minutes. I can probably guarantee that's a career high maybe for Matthew Nyes, with his minutes tonight as well. And they just looked a little bit tired. And remember, in that overtime period, Ottawa was playing a heavy game. They got back to their style of just sort of chipping pucks below, leaning on Toronto, cycling the play, putting pucks on net, and that was part of their recipe for success in scoring that final goal by Jake Sanderson.
Yeah, totally agree. As the overtime wore on, you could see the fatigue hit. But here's what I'm going to say this because the narrative will come out. They had a 3-0 series lead and could have wrapped it up, but didn't. I remember those. They had a 3-1 series lead against Montreal, and I remember the next 3 games because they won in Montreal 4-0 to take the 3-1 series lead. It was a perfect game on the road in the playoffs. And then the next 3 games, we'll all remember this, how they started the next 3 games was atrocious. They looked nervous. They looked like they were sick. I mean, it made you just sort of go, what is this? In tonight's game, they played their system. They got behind, albeit 2-0, but I thought they just played within themselves, and, the overtime didn't work out. Ottawa could say that over the last 2 games. I don't have much concern about how they played tonight.
No, and I'm sure Craig Berube came in after that first period and stood on his soapbox, essentially saying, like, guys, we got to be better. We're lucky we're in this game. It's 2-1.
Yeah.
And then you go and you hold Ottawa to 1 shot in the second, and then 3 shots into the third. You can't come in there and start yelling and screaming again because you go through the video. The video doesn't lie or the stats don't lie. Like, they essentially shut Ottawa down for that final 40 minutes. And in overtime, it's a crapshoot. Like we mentioned, guys are tired. Yeah. You're mixing and matching lines. I was looking for Domi a couple shifts out there. He sat for probably a good 10 minutes in that overtime period as well. So you're double shifting, triple shifting some guys, and it's a bit of a crapshoot there. So from the fundamentals and the systems, they played solid. They played solid, but that early start by the Ottawa Senators, who's a very desperate team, I think that was the difference. That was the difference tonight. But I think for Toronto coming back home in front of their home crowd, they have to have that exact same start. It starts with maybe drawing a couple more power plays, drawing more penalties. And I think they may have got lucky on the penalty on Tanev there, because he got hit in the nose and then he had a bloody lip 2 seconds later. Is that the old wrestling catch-up trip where you bit your lip there? But I'll take a look at that as well. But that easily could have been 2 minutes as well. But they got lucky on it. But for me, it's just how do you regroup? You put this in the back of the file, you hop on the plane, you have a glass of body armor, league-sponsored body armor, and you get ready for Tuesday's the game.
Well said. 4-3, Ottawa wins in overtime. Leafs have a 3-1 series lead. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country.
Football season may be months away.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59.
But Sports Grid Radio is talking about the lines, odds, and futures for the NFL.
If you don't have a great quarterback in this league, you'll be lucky if you scrape 8th.
Whether you're looking at team win totals, props, or the best odds to win next year's Super Bowl, the only place to get the winning edge over the sports books is Sports Grid Radio.
And I'm going to bet the Eagles to win the NFC before the year gets underway.
Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. Haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be.
I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Just being able to battle back from 2-0, 3-2. I thought we had a lot of chances in overtime. So, we kind of like where our game's at. It boils down to just making one more save on my end. But, all in all, I thought it was a really good effort by the guys tonight.
What's the key now heading into Game 5 back home? What's the right mindset for you guys?
I mean, just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, like I said, I thought we played a really good game tonight. I thought, we were boxing out really well. We were getting pucks in, kind of going low to high on them. So, I just think we continue that recipe, we'll have success.
Asking what's your perspective on Nick Cousins floating a couple pucks too during warm-up?
I mean, I didn't even notice, to be honest with you. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. I mean, obviously, no Cuzzy, played with him a number of years, so I'm sure he didn't mean any malicious intent by it.
Have you guys talked at all? No. How have you felt? Like, this is like 4 games in 7 days, 3 straight overtime games. How physical is it?
I feel fine. Yeah, I feel fine. It's part of being an athlete, part of training is what you train for. So we have those rest days in between. We'll get an extra day here, so use that to recuperate. But we'll get a nice practice in, and we'll be hungry for Game 5.
What is your perspective on the play Nyes made to score there?
I mean, it's a good goal. He's crafty. He's got a lot of skill, and for him just to be able to put on the Jets there and on that breakaway and get going, it's a hell of a move by him.
Anthony Stolar's post-game. So, Stu, sometimes you got to stand back and take a breath. I mean, it's difficult to win 4 straight games over anybody in this league at any time of the year. And in a playoff series, even more difficult. And it's even more difficult to win 3 straight overtime games. So that's a tall order, isn't it?
It is, and I'm wondering the stats on that. And I guess we'll just stick to the eye test. We don't want to dig too deep into the past, right? Because we know where our history has gone with this group.
I think we know the flip side of that.
Oh, man. The Ottawa Senators team, yes, they're down 3-0, but you go and you look at it, it could have been 2-1 in their favor, or it could have been close. This could have been this can be a 2-2 series, and both teams are playing some great hockey. And for Toronto, I can't get upset with this effort. You came down. No. You're down, 14 minutes into the first period where you could have easily rolled over and said, you know what, we're going to wait till Tuesday. We're just going to rest the guys, get everybody in. But they found a way to claw back. And if I'm Ottawa, I'm like, this team, we have to have the killer instinct, because it could be 5 minutes left in the third period and they're still going to be chugging along. So it's great hockey. And it's the hardest, the Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win in the whole entire professional sports. Look at all the other series that are going on great. We thought Minnesota was going to go up 3-1 tonight with their early lead, and it's a 2-2 series there. Florida, Tampa Bay. So Toronto, they're in a pretty good space right now, up 3-1. We knew it wasn't going to be easy. I think I remember my quote when I signed off of Yes Guys show. I think it was Leafs in 5, and they're on track for doing that. They're set up. It was not a devastating loss. It was a tough loss, but you just regroup and get ready for the next game.
Yeah, that's it. So when you lose in overtime, does it take any wind out of you, or is it just a loss?
It's just a loss, and again, you never want to hear this from a pro athlete. You're just almost relieved. And I remember it. This was in the minors, and I was in double overtime against Jamie Benn, and I had to tell the coach, like, this is my last shift. I was just physically broken, mentally broken, and I'm in like the last minute of the second overtime, and I ended up scoring the goal. That's a bit of a humble brag, but I remember like, your mind is playing tricks on you. You're like, I don't care if we lose. We just got to finish this game. So that, once you get past that, you hit the reset button and you look at the tape and you're like, if we hold this team to 14 shots the next 3 games, if it goes 7 games, you're going to come out on top of one of them. You have to. The goaltending, the defense, the system is going to hold you through. So you have a little bit more of a positive outlook once you drink your body armor and get a bit of rest.
Wow, in that overtime tonight, I mean, there were, at both ends, there were a lot of chances.
Yes, there were. Both goalies stood on their heads. You saw Matthews almost score Nye's one-timer. Stolarz had to make 2 or 3 big saves before that one went in. So, again, I know he's a little bit hard on himself, but he did his job for the most part tonight as well.
Stu, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Leafs in 5.
Okay, there we go. There's the prediction. Leafs in 5, Game 5 Tuesday night. Game 6. Do we want to go there? No, we're just stopping at Game 5. Okay, good. Ottawa wins 4-3 in overtime. Jake Sanderson gets the winning goal at 17:42. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
What are the skill sets that are required to do that? Obviously, we've practiced our game and honed our skill set for years and years and years, tens of thousands of hours of honing our skills. But emotionally, mentally, what prepares you to play in those moments and perform when you're expected to? That, I think, is what really defines a Game 7 moment for the players that have excelled in Game 7 moments. And what are those life lessons that we can teach our young boys and girls, and the skill sets required to do that? The breathing, it's being able to slow your heart down, and your blood pressure goes up, and your decision-making is rash, and concentration varies because of all of it. What allows you to kind of really slow down and use your God-given talent, and then obviously the repetitions through your whole life that you can do it. You just got to be able to do it when it matters most. It's like hitting a home run, and like Aaron Boone did, or doing something special at the right moments. And I think the educational part of the docuseries is really fascinating to me there, to help our young boys and girls who will be faced with big decisions in their life. And you don't have to be a sport fan to have a Game 7 moment in life. Everybody's faced with decisions that are going to alter the trajectory of their lives in one way or another there, and we're trying to figure out what those skill sets are.
What does it feel like to lose a Game 7?
Fortunately for me, I never experienced what the Oilers did last year, of going all the way to the end in a championship game and losing in a Game 7. Anytime you get to a Game 7, it's a hard journey to get there. 2 teams, evenly matched. It's been a war. It's been a tug-of-war. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's tired. And then to lose that is devastating. I think about my own experience in Game 7, winning 7 of them. The 2 still hurt to this day. What could I have done different? You always say that you got to lose in order to understand how to win. I do agree with that. I think there are lessons in loss and in failure, both as a team and as an individual. If I had my preference, I would have liked to have learned those lessons while I was winning. But unfortunately, that's just not the way it is. But I look back at it now and just think about how grateful I am for all the lessons in wins and the losses, because it really ends up defining who you are as a person and as a player.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 26th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 1 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Lightning on Internet 945. 4 p.m., Minnesota Wild face the Vegas Golden Knights. Wild on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 933, Knights on Internet 949. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Senators on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 939, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Dallas Stars. Avalanche on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 926. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 26th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 1 p.m. Florida Panthers take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Lightning on Internet 945. 4 p.m. Minnesota Wild face the Vegas Golden Knights. Wild on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 933, Knights on Internet 949. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Senators on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 939, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Dallas Stars. Avalanche on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 926. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 26th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers and New York Rangers, Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on the morning skate for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on